Chapter 955. After a long period of recuperation, Zichen's condition improved a lot. Although his eyes were sluggish, the smile on his face was more natural. Although it couldn't be said to be like a spring breeze, if one didn't look at his eyes, one wouldn't be able to tell he was an idiot. The current Zichen didn't need the remnant thoughts to wake him up. He would wake up naturally. However, this mostly happened in the middle of the night. After waking up, Zichen would use a technique in an attempt to speed up the awakening of his soul remembrance. Over time, Zichen was able to stay awake for half a day. Before long, Zichen would be able to fully awaken. As for the devil ape, it recovered very quickly. Although it still looked young, its strength had recovered a lot. Binger was already 17 years old. She had reached the age where she could get married. Ever since she moved into the stone house, she found that she couldn't sleep. Every time she slept, she would dream of little Dai. As for the content of the dream, it was actually the two of them getting married. Every time she woke up, she was scared and regretful. Moreover, recently, when she saw Zichen again, she would suddenly blush. Old Zhong saw all of this. Binger was a young girl yearning for love. However, if little Dai was always like this, old Zhong would be very happy to have the two of them together. However, little Dai naturally had times when he was awake. Old Zhong didn't know what little Dai was like when he was awake, so he wasn't in a rush for the two of them to get married. Another night, Zichen woke up. The moment he woke up, he furrowed his brows and said to the door, "Since you're here, show yourself." The door silently opened. An old man stood outside the door. Zichen didn't recognize this old man, but if old Zhong stood up, he would definitely recognize him. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the village chief of Zhong village. My name is Zhong Feng," said the old man. Zichen looked at the old man with a trace of mockery in his eyes, a small Zhong village with less than 1,000 people. The village chief is actually at the great circle of primal core. The old man's expression immediately changed when his hidden realm was revealed. Zichen snorted again. "I'm not used to people using masks in front of me. If you do that, I'll think that you have malicious intentions. It's better to show your true face." The old man's expression changed again, and he glanced at Zichen again. Then, his whole body glowed, and he turned from an old man to a middle-aged man full of vitality. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" "My time is limited," Zichen said. The middle-aged man, Zhong Feng, stood outside the door and did not come in. Zichen did not invite him in either. Zhong Feng said, "Some time ago, I went out for some business. When I came back, I happened to see you kill another Dan essence cultivator. After that, I observed you and realized that you must have suffered some kind of unimaginable injury." Zichen frowned and said, "Just tell me why you're here. My time is limited, and I don't like people beating around the bush." Zhong Feng said, "All right, I want to know if you are in the primal core realm." "That's the reason." "I am," said Zichen. "So you are. It seems that I didn't come to the wrong place. I'm here to find you to form an alliance." "Alliance? What alliance?" asked Zichen. "Have you heard of the mortal origin fruit?" asked Zhong Feng. "Mortal origin fruit?" Zichen frowned and shook his head. Zhong Feng's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. There was actually a Dan essence cultivator who had not heard of the mortal origin fruit. It was really strange. He said directly, "The mortal origin fruit is a strange fruit in the world. Its effect is to help a Dan essence cultivator successfully break through to the mortal origin realm." Zichen's pupils shrank, and he whispered, "There's such a strange fruit in the world." Zhong Feng said, "Of course, the mortal origin fruit is one of the strange fruits in the world. Its effect is naturally very strong." Zichen asked, "Do you know where it is?" Zhong Feng nodded. "Yes, but it's not ripe yet." Zichen said, "You've hidden your identity here for the mortal origin fruit. Now you want to find helpers? Could it be that others have found the mortal origin fruit?" "That's right. I've been guarding the mortal origin fruit for dozens of years. I thought that I had done a good job of keeping it a secret, but I didn't expect it to still be discovered. Recently, many cultivators have come here. They should all be here for the mortal origin fruit. As for that Liu family cultivator you killed, his name is Liu Yan. He's one of the people who knows, said Zhongfeng. Although he's not a celestial expert, he's from the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Martial Heaven Alliance. Zichen frowned. Yes, the Martial Heaven Alliance. But if it was just that, I wouldn't have come to find you. I'm not worried about those Hutian cultivators of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but the Xiantian cultivators, said Zhongfeng. Xiantian cultivators? There are Xiantian cultivators here? Didn't they all go to the ancient road to train? A trace of surprise appeared on Zichen's face. Zhongfeng was also surprised. He hadn't expected Long Chen to even know about the ancient road. He said, yes, some have gone to the ancient road, but some have stayed behind. The stronger one is, the more difficult it is to successfully break through to the mortal origin realm. If Xiantian cultivators know that the mortal origin fruit has appeared, they will definitely come to fight over it. The mortal origin fruit can be called a miraculous fruit in the human world. The most special thing about it is that it doesn't affect one's potential. Whether you're an ordinary core cultivator, a Hutian, or Xiantian cultivator, you can all rely on the mortal origin fruit to break through. Zichen's expression changed. Then you're saying that if a spirit body obtains the mortal origin fruit, it can also rely on it to break through? Speaking of spirit bodies, Zhongfeng's expression changed. The mortal origin fruit contains the laws of the Martial Heaven continent. As long as you're on this continent, you can naturally break through. Spirit bodies are no exception. But each spirit body is a treasure, so the chances of one appearing is very small. You want to form an alliance with me because you think I can deal with Xiantian cultivators? I saw the battle between you and Liu Yan from the beginning to the end. You were able to easily kill him, so your battle strength is definitely not weak. Even if you're not a Xiantian cultivator, you're comparable to one. Zhongfeng said. What if I'm not a core cultivator? If you're not a core cultivator, then I'll think of a way to convince you to help me, or give you a reward to help me get the mortal origin fruit. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, of course we can form an alliance, and it won't be a problem to deal with Xiantian cultivators. But you have to tell me where the mortal origin fruit is. Zhongfeng shook his head. That won't do. I'll only take you there, not give you the map. There's still half a year before the mortal origin fruit ripens. During this time, I'll be guarding here, and you can focus on your recovery. Zichen pondered for a moment and nodded. He could fully recover in half a year. Outside the door, Zhongfeng suddenly smiled and said, the little girl in the next room seems to be interested in you. If you need help, I can teach you a set of yin and yang techniques. With the help of her vital yin, you should be able to recover quickly. Speaking of the yin-yang technique, Zichen recalled the jade slip that Mr. Wu had given him in the heavenly book world. That was also a kind of yin-yang technique, and it was a superior technique, but Mr. Wu had deviated from it. Zichen was slightly absent-minded. Zhongfeng continued, if you're willing, I can arrange a marriage for you. After you're married, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to feel burdened, because this is a yin and yang technique. It's very beneficial for both parties. Zichen waved his hand and said, no need. Zhongfeng chuckled and said, if you don't need it, then forget it. After he finished speaking, Zhongfeng's figure flashed and disappeared. I thought it would take a long time to enter the mortal origin stage. I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful thing as the mortal origin fruit in this world. After Zhongfeng disappeared, Zichen's eyes flashed. He said confidently, the mortal origin fruit will be mine. No one can stop me, not even the spiritual body. Old Zhong and Bing in the next room didn't hear the conversation between Zichen and Zhongfeng. After a night of cultivation, the golden light on Zichen's body dissipated and he fell asleep again. After sleeping for 2 hours, Zichen was woken up by Bing when the sky was bright. Xiao Dai, there's a guest, Bing said. Zichen opened his eyes. There was still confusion in his eyes, but he smiled at Bing first. Bing pulled Zichen up and said, quickly get up and wash up. Under Bing supervision, Zichen finished washing up and went to the living room. In the living room, old Zhong was talking to someone. When Zichen saw this person, he was confused. Come, little Dai, let me introduce you. This is our Zhong village's village chief. He is the highest official in our village. Bing pulled Zichen over, and at the same time sweetly called out Grandpa village chief. The village chief was an old man. It was Zhong Feng from last night, but Zichen didn't remember him. He smiled at him. Zhong Feng also smiled and nodded. He teased, "You're really talented. Old Zhong, let's get this done as soon as possible. Also, we can attend the wedding." It seems that there hasn't been a wedding in Zhong village for a long time. The village chief of Zhong village was an extremely mysterious person. Although his surname was Zhong, he was an outsider. However, he had lived here for a few decades and was very rich. He lived in a 2-story stone house and had a very high prestige among the village chiefs. He had been the village chief for a few decades. Old Zhong laughed and said, I'm thinking about it. Bing's face was like a ripe red apple. Xiao Dai, little monkey, little fox, let's go outside to play. The two old men wanted to say something, so Bing took Zichen out. At the same time, she called the monster ape and the white fox. The mysterious village chief suddenly came and stayed for lunch, which made old Zhong feel a little flattered. However, old Zhong gradually got used to the village chief's occasional visits. The loss of his son and brother made Liu Meng sad, but he couldn't take revenge. He had been worried before, but when he found that the cultivators of Zhong village didn't come to trouble him, he was relieved. However, there was still hatred in his heart. He spent almost all of his days thinking about how to avenge his son. However, he was just a mere mortal. If he could make a cultivator his enemy, then he would definitely be killed. One day, a voice suddenly came from outside. You are Liu Yan's brother. Hearing the voice, Liu Meng walked out of the room, but he didn't find anyone. Who is it? He asked. Look up. The voice came from the sky. Liu Meng looked up and saw several figures in the sky. He was completely stunned with his mouth wide open. He exclaimed, Cultivators, powerful cultivators. You are not stupid. You didn't call us immortals. Just as he sneered, several people descended from the sky. Chapter 956. Do you know Liu Yan? The young man asked Liu Meng as he entered the room. Liu Meng nodded and immediately said, Yes, he is my younger brother. He was a cultivator and was very strong. I heard that he was in the primal core realm. Where is he? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Liu Meng's expression turned gloomy, is dead. Dead? Who killed him? They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Liu Yan was a primal core realm cultivator. Although he was in the middle stage of the primal core realm, in this place where there were no cultivators, he was undoubtedly a real immortal. But he was killed by someone. This was very strange. By a guy who could turn stone into gold. He killed my younger brother and my son. Then, Liu Meng clenched his teeth and told them what happened that day. Of course, the version he told was based on what his son said. The general idea was that his son went to buy monkeys, but was seduced and blackmailed. Then, he was beaten. Liu Yan, as his uncle, went to seek justice, but he never returned. Liu Meng cried his heart out. The pain of losing his son made him send his son off. The others listened with disdain. After asking for the location of Zhong village, they walked towards it. On the way to Zhong village, a cultivator said, Young master, the situation should be clear. Liu Yan found the mortal essence fruit and told us. Coincidentally, he found that this place was not far from his home, so he went back. After a few days, he was about to leave when he saw his nephew being beaten up. He went to get back at him, but he was not strong enough. He did not get back at him and even lost his life. The young man in the flaming robe nodded and said, What you mean is that Liu Yan's death was an accident, and we don't have to get involved in this mess, right? The cultivator quickly shook his head and said, Not really, but I don't think it's necessary. I think finding the mortal essence fruit is the most important thing. The mortal essence fruit is indeed important. But don't you find it strange that in this place where mortals live, there is someone who can kill a primal core realm cultivator? The young man sneered. The cultivator's expression changed. Could it be that he is also here for the mortal essence fruit? Let's go and see. Once they arrived at Zhong village, they would naturally be able to find the cultivator with the Midas touch. Seeing the 5 immortals floating in the sky above the villagers of Zhong village were all stunned. When they saw the 5 of them heading straight for old Zhong's house, their expressions immediately became complicated. When the 5 of them arrived, old Zhong was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea with the village chief. Since he was well off, old Zhong naturally learned how to enjoy life. However, the things he bought were all trash, not as good as the village chief's. When old Zhong saw the 5 of them in the air, his face immediately changed. On the other hand, the village chief glanced at the 5 of them indifferently. Bing-er had brought Zi Chen to the river to catch fish, and was not here. You're the one who killed Liu Yan. The young man looked around before his gaze landed on the village chief. It seemed that he was the only cultivator here. Liu Yan? Which Liu Yan? Zhong Feng asked calmly. The young man frowned. Oh, you're talking about the one who stood up for the Liu clan, right? His name is Liu Yan, and is indeed a member of the Liu clan. He doesn't distinguish between good and evil, and oppresses mortals. Why, are you here to stand up for him? Zhong Feng asked. Do you know who you've killed? The young man did not answer the question. The village chief shook his head and said, I know. A guy with a bad character can be called the scum of the cultivators. A ray of light flashed in the young man's eyes. The 4 people beside him were already prepared to attack. Once the young man spoke, the 4 of them would definitely kill the old man with lightning speed. The young man naturally did not come here to stand up for Liu Yan, but to see the details of the other party. However, when he saw that the other party was an old man, he was more or less puzzled because the old man's qi and blood were not vigorous. Although his realm was at the peak, he had been in a bottleneck for many years. It looked like he was waiting for death here instead of snatching the mortal vitality fruit. He had no intention of paying attention to such a dying old man, and the other party was not a threat to him. At this moment, Bing-er's voice came from afar. It was Bing-er who had brought Zi Chen back. Beside them was little Baihu, who had grown up a lot. She was carrying 2 big fish in her hands. She had a proud smile on her face and said, Little Baihu, you're amazing. It's your first time out and you can catch big fish. I'll give you the fish head and bones later. In the air, the 5 of them saw Zi Chen and his companion, as well as the little white fox. The little white fox was a rare spirit fox. If there was a way to cultivate, it could become a spirit beast. As for how far it could grow, it was hard to predict. As the 5 of them were all in the inner core realm, they were not far from the mortal realm. Naturally, they would not put a spirit fox in their eyes. The little girl was just a mortal with some talent. If there were enough resources, she could reach a certain level. However, her talent was average, so no one would be willing to spend so many resources on her. The last one was the young man. His body was not strong, but his qi and blood were vigorous. He was like a dormant beast. However, his spiritual sense was damaged, and his mind was in a mess. His eyes were dull, like a fool. Abdomen did not have a trace of Yuanli, so he did not look like a cultivator. The little girl was startled when she saw the figures in the air, but she still ran to the front of the mortal old man. The dull cultivator also stood in front of the little girl, protecting them. Looks like you killed Liu Yan. The young man looked at Zi Chen and said, because Liu Meng said it was done by a stupid cultivator. Zi Chen reached out to protect the 2 people behind him, and did not answer. Young master, this is a fool. He won't understand you even if you talk to him. A cultivator next to him said. Little Dumb is not stupid. Bing-er gathered her courage and said loudly. Little Dumb is not stupid. The others laughed. Zhong Feng frowned and said, if you are not here to help Liu Yan, please leave. The young man looked at the 2 deeply and said with a smile, a fool and a dying man hiding in a mortal world. Interesting. Young master, what about us? A cultivator next to him asked. Let's go. Do you want us to lower ourselves to the level of a fool? As for Liu Yan, he was killed by a fool. He deserved it. After saying that, the 5 of them turned and left. Seeing the 5 of them leave, the old man's indifferent expression disappeared, and he took a deep breath. After leaving Zhong village, a cultivator asked, "Young master, is there a problem with them?" The young man sneered, "What problem can there be? That fool, he really killed Liu Yan." The cultivator asked, "Do you believe it?" The young man asked, and then looked at the others, "Do you believe that Liu Yan was killed by that fool?" The others shook their heads, and one of them said, "How is that possible? That fool obviously suffered some kind of serious injury and did not die. He has no strength at all. If he could really kill Liu Yan, how strong would he be? Could it be that he was not killed by the fool?" Another person asked. The young man said, "I think it was that dying old man who killed him. It was him, but many people saw it was the fool who killed him, and it was the fool who turned stone into gold." The young man laughed, and there was a trace of disdain on his face, and said, "How can mere mortals understand the world of cultivators? How can they believe what they saw with their own eyes? That's right, any camouflage art can fool them." The others were relieved. "That's just one of the reasons. Didn't you notice who was drinking tea with the old man? It's another old man." Such an answer made the young man's mouth twitch, and he emphasized, "It's a mortal old man. Look at the two of them sitting together happily, and the other party's stunned expression after that. Obviously, they don't know that the other party is a cultivator, so that old man has been hiding it. That's why he killed Liu Yan to hide it." The others nodded, and they secretly praised the young man's wisdom and insight. Old Zhong did not expect the village chief of Zhong village to be a cultivator, and an extremely powerful one at that. Sitting together with the other party made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he could not sit still. Zhong Feng smiled and said, "Old Zhong, there's no need to be like this. You and I will be like before, and I don't want others to know about this." Old Zhong's mind was shaken, and it took him a long time to calm down, and he nodded. At night, Zichen woke up, and Zhong Feng appeared in Zichen's room like a ghost. He said to Zichen, who had just woken up, "You've seen what happened during the day. These are only a part of the people. They already know the general direction of the mortal essence fruit, and I believe that it won't be long before they find it." Zichen looked at Zhong Feng and said, "There are only 5 of them. I don't believe that you can't kill them." Zhong Feng sighed and said, "The appearance of the mortal essence fruit will trigger the power of rules, and it will cause a big commotion. If it were any other time, I would naturally kill them, but the situation now is that there are many cultivators here. Once the mortal essence fruit appears, it will definitely attract their attention. Killing them to silence them is only temporary, but the backlash will be greater, and it might even involve many powerful cultivators." "How long do you need to recover?" "Soon." Zhong Feng said, "Recover as soon as possible, and then we need to guard the mortal essence fruit and occupy a place first." Zichen nodded, and Zhong Feng left, not bothering him. The white fox was sleeping together with Bing Er. It was an extremely intelligent little guy. "Now, I'll teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Cultivate diligently." Suddenly, the white fox heard a faint voice in its sleep. It raised its head and looked around, but there was nothing around it. "Remember the circulation path of this energy." The faint voice sounded again, and then a stream of energy appeared in the empty area. It then entered the white fox's body and wandered around. A light flashed in the white fox's small eyes, and then it closed its eyes to feel the circulation path of this energy. In the outside world, the white fox was sleeping even more soundly. At the same time, a faintly discernible voice rang out in Binga's sea of consciousness. This voice interrupted Binga's beautiful dream, causing her to pout in dissatisfaction. However, her curiosity towards cultivation soon dispelled this dissatisfaction. The cultivation technique that Zichen taught Bing Er was considered a top-notch one, but it was not a perfect one. This was because her potential was limited. If she cultivated a perfect cultivation technique, her progress would be much slower, and she would hit a bottleneck early. Chapter 957. The next morning, Binga woke up early and told Zichen and Old Zhong about her dream cultivation last night. Old Zhong was very happy to hear the news, but he cautiously signaled Binga to keep it a secret. Everything was just as Zhong Feng said. The number of cultivators that came here suddenly increased. The villagers who had not seen any cultivators for the past 8 to 10 years, or even their entire lives, could often see figures flying across the sky these days. Because of the arrival of cultivators, the area became oppressive. This year's winter was even colder than the previous years. The villagers did not dare to go out to hunt, because the ferocious beasts in the deep mountains would always appear these days. Many villagers had already been eaten by the ferocious beasts. In fact, the number of factions and experts that came exceeded Zhong Feng's expectations. He also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Almost every night, he would come to Zichen to ask when Zichen would recover. The mortal essence fruit was in this area. Some cultivators had already locked onto it and started searching. The factions were completely restrained and oppressed. However, this situation lasted for a month, and then it completely exploded. A battle broke out without any warning. The battle between cultivators was destructive, especially in this area where the spatial barrier was not strong enough. Core experts could easily break through the space and see the spatial turbulence behind it. The forest collapsed in the battle, and the rivers were cut off. The mountain peaks disappeared overnight, and the towering forest was turned into flat land in an instant. Many ferocious beasts and demonic beasts sensed the danger and ran out of the deep mountains in a panic. For the villagers living in the outside world, this was a disaster. The ferocious beasts began to attack the human villages, and the demonic beasts often appeared. Many villages were attacked, and the villagers suffered heavy casualties. The small Zhong village was the same. An 8th-grade ferocious beast charged into the village and wreaked havoc. Many villagers died, but the ferocious beast was also killed by the hunters. The original battle was still in the deep mountains, and many factions were still holding back. However, the battle soon spread to the outskirts. Under the aftermath of the battle, many villages disappeared in an instant. Mortal origin fruit. This is the mortal origin fruit. Finally, a crazed voice like a clap of thunder resounded throughout the entire area. Just as this voice rang out, Zichen opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as a powerful and terrifying aura surged around him. This aura soared into the sky, forming a golden pillar of light. That terrifying pressure caused people to have the urge to prostrate themselves on the ground. After Zhong Feng felt the aura released by Zichen, he immediately rushed to the courtyard where Zichen lived. His face was still filled with shock. Obviously, he did not expect that Zichen would be so terrifying. "Grandpa, what happened? Did something happen to Xiao Dai?" Bing'er supported old Zhong as the two of them ran out of the room. The pressure in the room was too strong for the two of them to bear. Old Zhong's expression was very complicated. He was happy and disappointed. He knew that Zichen had woken up. He murmured, "I'm afraid I can't call him Xiao Dai anymore." "Why?" Bing'er asked curiously. "He's already awake," old Zhong said. "Ah." Bing'er was startled at first, but then there was joy on her face. She said, "Xiao Dai woke up. That's great." Old Zhong glanced at Bing'er and said to himself, "Silly girl, Xiao Dai woke up and became a high and mighty cultivator. He and you will be in two different worlds. You two will not be fated to be together." All the villagers in Zhong village were alarmed. They all ran here, either outside the door or watching from afar. The golden pillar of light slowly dissipated, and so did the oppressive pressure. All the villagers knew that Xiao Dai had woken up. It had been 3 months since Xiao Dai appeared in Zhong village. In just 3 months, their lives were completely disrupted, their rhythm was disrupted, and their temperament was exposed. Xiao Dai woke up and became a real immortal cultivator. Old Zhong's family is going to be rich, really rich. In everyone's mind, they seemed to see Xiao Dai waking up and pointing at a mountain. As the golden light surged between his fingers, the mountain became a gold mine. Old Zhong's family had inexhaustible wealth. Even their pillows were golden. Originally, they also had such treatment, but they exposed their nature too early and didn't persist. They missed this great opportunity. Everyone wanted to see what Xiao Dai looked like after waking up, so they all crowded to the door of old Zhong's house. Some climbed up the wall, and some boldly walked into the yard. The pressure in the stone house disappeared. Bing'er grabbed old Zhong's clothes tightly and looked at the stone house in front of her. She was nervous. She was eager to know what Xiao Dai looked like after waking up, but she was afraid to know. What if he was a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms? What if he was as tall as a bear? Bing was extremely nervous, and her face was filled with worry. At this moment, Zi Chen walked out of the room. Zi Chen was still Zi Chen. He was still wearing the coarse clothes that old Zhong bought and Bing sewed for Zi Chen. He was still the same. His facial features didn't change. His eyes were his eyes, and his nose was his nose. But when people saw Zi Chen, they obviously felt that he was different from Xiao Dai. If one had to compare the difference between the two of them, it would be the soul. The original Xiao Dai was a person without a soul, but the current Zi Chen was a complete person. Zi Chen came out and walked to old Zhong and Bing. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply to them. Zi Chen thanks you for saving my life. Zi Chen, so your name is Zi Chen. Get up, kid. Old Zhong helped Zi Chen up. Zi Chen, your name sounds better than Xiao Dai. Hehe, do you know me? Bing smiled. Zi Chen smiled and rubbed Bing head. Of course I know you. You are the cutest Bing Zhong Yubing, right? Zi Chen still remembered Bing Bing smiled happily. The scene of Zi Chen waking up and giving them a gold mountain didn't happen in the other villagers' imagination. Just when they were regretting and rejoicing, Zi Chen's bright and gentle eyes fell on them. In an instant, his eyes became cold, indifferent, and emotionless. Xiao Dai's memory was Zi Chen's memory. He knew what happened in the past few months. Although Xiao Dai's soul was incomplete, silly, and couldn't speak, his hearing was far better than normal people. His memory was also better than normal people. Even if someone whispered something, he would remember it deep in his mind and wait for Zi Chen to read it. The villagers in front of them were the poorest group of mortals. Because mortals were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, they were undoubtedly the lowest class. They couldn't even provide for basic food and clothing. To put it bluntly, they were all pitiful people in the same situation. Shouldn't they band together to get through the difficulties together? In fact, Xiao Dai's soul saw the ugliness of the human world. Even among these poor people, there were still fights and schemes. Zi Chen didn't like these people very much. At this moment, his eyes completely showed his emotions. In the eyes of the villagers, Zi Chen had returned to how he was when he killed Liu Zun. He was cold, emotionless, and killed without batting an eyelid. Moreover, under these cold eyes, they felt as if all the schemes in their hearts had been seen through by him. Originally, there were a few people who wanted to go up and greet him, but when they felt Zi Chen's indifferent aura, they gave up on this idea. Boom! At this moment, there was another explosion between heaven and earth. This explosion spread out like thunder and spread to all areas. When they heard the explosion, all the villagers' faces changed drastically. There is a mortal energy fruit here. Whoever brings this news to the outside world and brings it to those forces will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. After the explosion, there was a crazy voice. This voice was crazy and ferocious, with a hint of hysteria. Hearing this voice, Zi Chen and Zhong Feng's faces both changed. This person was so cruel. Obviously, he wanted to arouse the greed of the villagers in this area. Greed was not the right word. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. 10,000 taels of gold was enough to change a person's fate. This was an opportunity. The opportunity was right in front of them. Everyone would fight for it. Haha, 10,000 taels of gold as reward. Go quickly and bring this news out. The mortal energy fruit has appeared. Amidst the explosion, the voice sounded again. Kill. Aren't you able to kill? Let's see if you can kill everyone. The villagers who were outside all ran away and returned home as fast as they could. Moments later, they took their rations and left their homes, heading straight for the outside world. The same scene played out in other villages. Just as more than 10 villagers ran out of Zhong village, a surge of power came from the horizon. Under this power, these villagers did not even have time to scream before they were silently turned into dust. Seeing this, the other villagers' faces were filled with fear, and they all retreated. The energy in the horizon was surging and spreading. Everywhere it passed, houses collapsed, and screams could be heard. Two Dan primordial realm cultivators were fighting in the horizon. They were at the peak of the Dan primordial realm. The two of them fought fiercely, and they retreated as they fought, heading towards Zhong village. As the two of them fought, the energy in the horizon continued to surge and spread downwards. If this continued, once the two of them passed over Zhong village would disappear from history. However, the two of them didn't seem to care about the lives of these villagers. One of them was an ordinary Dan primordial realm cultivator, while the other was a Hutian expert. That voice had come from that ordinary Dan primordial realm cultivator, and the one who had fled was him. He exchanged a blow with the Hutian expert in the air. After several more houses were destroyed, the Hutian expert shouted, "The people of the Martial Heaven Alliance can bully others. Many mortals have already left. Let's see how many people you can kill." The screams continued, but the two in the air ignored them. The Hutian expert repeatedly attacked, trying to kill the ordinary Dan primordial realm cultivator. The two of them flew in a straight line, destroying houses and killing villagers. In practically the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived above Old Zhong. Destructive energy swept down. Chapter 958. The energy that swept downwards was actually blocked. Such a scene was completely out of the expectations of the two of them. Their expressions changed drastically. Then, a look of joy appeared on the ordinary Jinyuan cultivator's face. He knew that he was no match for his opponent, so he ran in this direction. His original intention was to sense the powerful aura just now. However, this aura flashed and disappeared, and he could not accurately sense it. That was why he ran in a straight line. He did not expect this strong cultivator to be below. He was about to ask for help. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura surge from below. As he turned his head, he was scared out of his wits. He saw that it was a fist aura that shot up into the sky. It was a golden fist aura, as bright as the golden sun. It tore through space with a terrifying aura. As his expression changed drastically, he also dodged to the side. This attack was not aimed at him, so he could naturally dodge it. However, his opponent, the acquired stage warrior, was not so lucky. This fist aura was clearly aimed at him, and it was too late to dodge. He could only mobilize the ultimate Yuanli in his body to block this attack. This punch was powerful and terrifying. It directly bombarded the acquired stage warrior's body. This was an attack in the air, but it did not prevent the fist aura from exploding completely and unleashing its full power. Boom! The fist aura exploded, turning into a destructive energy that swept up the acquired stage warrior. This destructive energy directly shattered space, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The ordinary Jinyuan cultivator stared blankly at the huge black hole. From beginning to end, he did not hear any other sound until the energy dissipated. The energy dissipated, and the space healed. A charred corpse fell from the sky and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The ordinary Jinyuan cultivator dodged and stood in the distance, looking at the corpse on the ground. His expression was already extremely shocked. When he felt this aura, he knew that it was extremely powerful, but he did not expect it to be this powerful. One attack, and an acquired stage warrior was killed. Zhong Feng was also in a state of shock. He was also shocked by Zi Chen's powerful punch. He was stunned. To be able to kill a perfected acquired stage warrior with a punch from a distance, this combat ability was indeed ridiculously powerful. "I am Tseng Zhixing. Thank you for saving me, senior." The ordinary Jinyuan cultivator reacted and quickly thanked him with a fist salute. "Save? Who saved you?" A cold voice sounded from below. "Killing him first will only let you live a little longer. As for a selfish person like you who only cares about yourself and doesn't care about the lives of others, you don't deserve to live in this world." That cold voice caused Tseng Zhixing's expression to change once more. He hadn't expected this expert to be so temperamental and call him a selfish person. He hastily explained, "Senior, please spare me. It's the Martial Heaven Alliance's people who go too far. I'm not selfish." Clearly, the other party did not know where his selfishness lay. "You treat mortals as ants. You deserve to die." The cold voice sounded again. Then, The golden light appeared again and shot up into the sky. Song Zhixing's eyes were wide, filled with disbelief and disbelief. There was absolutely no way for him to block that fist. That fist would definitely kill him. However, he wasn't willing to accept it. He wasn't willing to accept his death, but rather, the reason for it. It was actually because he viewed mortals as ants. Mortals were ants in the first place, so there was no need to look at them. However, the other party actually wanted to kill him because the shockwaves from his energy had killed some mortals and ants. That was the source of Song Zhixing's unwillingness. Could it be that he, a grand peak primal core expert, was inferior to a few ants? The golden fistlight flashed, and Song Zhixing's body directly exploded. Originally, he had wanted to leave his opponent with an intact corpse, but his opponent didn't even know what he had done wrong. He deserved to die without an intact corpse. After the surging energy dissipated, the entire Zhong village fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared blankly at Zi Chen's courtyard. That silence lasted for 10 breaths before miserable cries and startled cries rang out. "Quick, save him." The other villagers also reacted and rushed over to the collapsed houses. There were still a few people trapped within the collapsed houses. Some of them were dead, while others were injured. The majority of them were women, children, and even the elderly. Most of the young men had run out early in the morning. Everyone began to clean up the collapsed houses. However, whether it was the wooden houses or the stone houses, they were not easy to clean up. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. The wind blew away the boulders and scattered the wooden blocks, revealing the villagers inside. Some of the villagers were dead, while others were still alive. Everyone hurried over to help. The gust of wind just now was caused by Zi Chen waving his sleeves. He retracted his sleeves and saw Zhong Feng looking at him strangely. Zi Chen asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Zhong Feng naturally knew about the treatment Zi Chen had received. He said, "What a strange guy." Zi Chen naturally knew what he was referring to. He replied, "The women and children are innocent." Zhong Feng laughed strangely, repaying kindness with evil. Just as they were talking, Bing and the limping old Zhong walked outside to help the other villagers. Zi Chen looked at the two and said, "A good person is a good person because they have a kind heart. A kind person knows how to be grateful. They can always remember the good of others and ignore the bad. As for others, they can only remember the good they have done for others and ignore the good others have done for them." Zhong Feng smiled and said, "Then, you are a good person. Are you going to save people too?" Zi Chen shook his head. "I am not a good person. Although I can remember the good others have done for me, I will not forget the bad others have done for me." Zi Chen and Zhong Feng did not go out to save people. All the boulders and wooden blocks had flown away, making it much easier to save people. This time, it was not only Zhong village that suffered this disaster. The nearby Liu village also suffered a violent impact. Less than half of the villagers were still alive. Most of them were still injured. It was very miserable. In the face of such a disaster and impact, the people of the small village seemed to be very united. Everyone extended a helping hand. Of course, there were also a few kind-hearted people, such as Zhong Fei and Zhong Xiaofei's family. They would first go to help the rich people. During the rescue process, their eyes kept looking around, as if they were looking for something. Because they were father and son, the two of them took a long time to prepare the dry food. This caused the two of them to be slower than the others when they came out. It was this delay that saved their lives. Today's situation could not be more normal in the following days. It was not uncommon for cultivators to fight in the air and mortals to suffer. In this regard, Zhong Feng teased Zi Chen about why he did not care. Zi Chen did not respond. Zi Chen was not a bad person, but he was not good to a certain extent, so he would not deliberately help others. However, the entire Zhong village was under Zi Chen's protection. As long as there were cultivators fighting, once Zi Chen came here, he would take action. If it was light, he would drive them away. If it was heavy, he would use all his strength to kill them. In the end, because there were too many cultivators fighting, Zi Chen directly propped up a huge light shield. The light shield protected all the mortals of Zhong village. At the same time, it warned other cultivators that once they stepped into the range of the light shield, they would die. Because of Zichen's protection, the villagers of Zhong village lived relatively well. At least, it was much better than the people outside. After the other villagers heard that Zhong village was protected by a powerful cultivator, they also brought their families and came to seek refuge. Zhong village was very big, and the people who came did not expect to live here. They only wanted a place to hide. In this regard, the good old Zhong opened the door and let the villagers in. The villagers' lives were not easy, and the cold weather and the disaster made their lives even more difficult. Moreover, because they came in a hurry, they did not have many things on them. At most, they would have some jerky, which would be gone soon. Old Zhong and Bing took out their family's winter food and gave it to the villagers. The villagers knew how to be grateful and ate very little every meal. They also knew that old Zhong's family did not have many things. In this regard, Zichen only watched and did not intend to help. Although he was awake, his injuries had not completely healed and he still needed to cultivate. There were battles outside all day, so Zhong Feng gave up on the idea of looking for the mortal essence fruit. He stayed here and waited for the fruit to ripen. During this time, some villagers went out to get food from their original homes. At the same time, they told their relatives the news, which led to more villagers coming to Zhong village. Zhong village was not big, and Zichen's light shield did not cover a large area. Soon, it became crowded. However, the area around Zichen was empty, and the villagers did not dare to disturb him. When they looked in his direction, their eyes were full of gratitude and respect. They knew that the cultivator here was protecting them. As more and more people came, the light shield became narrower. Old Zhong could not bear to see the villagers in such a miserable state, but he did not say anything. Bing on the other hand, came in front of Zichen when she came back. She did not say anything and just looked at him. Feeling Bing gaze, Zichen opened his eyes and looked back at her. The two did not say anything and just stared at each other. In the end, Zichen admitted defeat. This place is too big, and there are too many villagers. You can't save everyone. Bing did not answer and just looked at Zichen. Zichen said helplessly, even if you let them all stay, what about food? It's freezing here, and they will die without food. Bing still did not answer and just looked at Zichen. In the end, Bing won the battle. Zichen waved his sleeve and the golden light shield expanded by half its original size. Yay, I won. Bing stood up and waved her little fist at Zichen. Then, she walked quickly to Zichen and kissed him on the cheek. Zichen was stunned. Bing smiled and said, I knew it, you are the best. With that, Bing ran into the room. After closing the door, she turned around and leaned against the door. Her face was red, and her heart was beating fast. Even when she patted her chest, she could not suppress it. Finally, she stuck out her tongue. Her face was still hot, but her heart was filled with happiness. Chapter 959. Zhong Fei, Zhong Xiaofei, and Zhong Xiaofei's mother had been wandering around the area all day. At this moment, they were walking among a group of refugees with their heads held high. Wherever the three of them went, the refugees would nod and bow to them. In response, the three of them only snorted coldly. Although the three of them were disliked, they knew that Zhong Xiaofei had saved the lives of powerful cultivators, so no one dared to offend them. Hey, newcomers! Zhong Fei walked up to an outsider. It was a family of three. They had just arrived, and there was a man with a woman and a child who was not even 1 year old. At this moment, the child was still wearing thin clothes. His little face was red from the cold, and his big black eyes were staring at Zhong Fei. Zhong Fei walked over and hugged the woman and child. The man who was hugging the three of them quickly stood up with a respectful expression. Do you know the rules for coming here to seek shelter? Zhong Fei asked coldly. Rules? The man's eyes were filled with confusion. H, do you think you came here for free? Zhong Fei lowered his voice and said to the man. At the same time, he stretched out his hand toward the man. The man naturally understood what he meant. He quickly reached into his bag and rummaged through it. Only then did he find a piece of silver. It was about 1 tael. That's all. Zhong Fei took the silver and stared at the man. The man nodded with a sad face and said, "My child was sick a while ago, so I spent quite a bit on the treatment. Temph, consider yourself lucky." Zhong Fei coldly snorted. Then, he fiercely stared at the woman's face and chest before leaving. Zhong Fei had done this kind of thing countless times every day, so he was very familiar with it. Even Zhong Xiaofei and his mother had become veterans. Zi Chen didn't pay attention to what was happening here, so he naturally didn't know. As for old Zhong and Bing they were busy thinking of ways to help everyone, so they naturally didn't know either. As for the refugees, because they knew that Zhong Xiaofei was the savior of powerful cultivators, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. "It's time to eat." Bing voice rang out. It was mealtime again. There was a big pot with fragrant meat soup boiling in it. However, compared to before, the meat soup was a lot thinner. Every time it was mealtime, Bing would look around. At this moment, she noticed that Zhong Fei's family seemed a bit sneaky. "Uncle Zhong, what are you doing?" Bing asked. Zhong Fei put away the silver without a trace and said with a smile, "Nothing, nothing. Is it time for dinner?" "Yes." Bing did not care about this matter. "Haha, it's time to eat. Uncle Zhong, let's see what good food we made today." Zhong Fei squeezed through the crowd and walked over. It was a big pot with meat soup simmering in it. Zhong Fei leaned over the pot and took a deep breath. He sighed, "It smells so good. Little Fei, call your mother. Come, it's time to eat." Zhong Xiaofei brought 3 big bowls over. Zhong Xiaofei handed one to Bing and said with a smile, "Bing, give Uncle Zhong a bowl and 2 extra pieces of meat." The other refugees did not dare to say anything. However, when the villagers saw Zhong Fei's back, they spat on the ground. This family was really tasteless. They clearly had winter food at home, but they didn't eat it at home. All day long, they followed everyone here to eat and drink. Moreover, during the last rescue, many people who were rescued found that some of their money had disappeared. When Bing was distributing the meat soup, she had a smile on her face. However, when she went back, her smile turned into a worried look. Because the stored food was running out, they had to find a way to get some. But now, there were battles everywhere. It was uncertain whether the market would still be around. It was unrealistic to buy food. Bing looked at Zi Chen and pouted. She muttered, "Stingy guy. You clearly have the ability to help everyone, but you're just watching from the sidelines." Zi Chen closed his eyes and pretended not to hear anything. She snorted at Zi Chen again and walked back to her room. In the room, Bing was thinking of a way to get food. She lay on the bed and muttered, "Should I go out and hunt?" She grabbed the sleeping white fox and woke it up, saying, "Little White, let's go out to hunt wild beasts tomorrow, okay?" The white fox had been sleeping a lot recently. It would only wake up when it was hungry. Moreover, its body had grown a lot and it was more agile. The white fox was still a little confused when it was suddenly woken up. Bing grabbed its 2 front legs and lifted it up. She pouted and said, "Zi Chen is such a stingy guy. He doesn't want to help everyone. Why don't we go and help everyone? Let me tell you, I'm very powerful now. I'm already at the 5th level of true energy. I've secretly tested it and I'm very strong. I can definitely hunt some wild beasts." Squeak squeak. The white fox called out twice. No one knew what it meant. Even if Zi Chen was here, he might not be able to understand. However, Bing eyes lit up. She said in surprise, "What? You agree? That's great. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. I'm going to cultivate tonight." "Oh right, Little White, do you know what cultivation is?" Squeak squeak. "Ah, you don't know. It's okay. I'll teach you when I'm powerful." The sky darkened. Another day had passed. Bing and Little White chatted for a while in the room, then fell into a deep sleep. Zi Chen got up and walked towards his room. Zhong Feng looked at Zi Chen's back and said, "You're a good person. You're also one." It was not clear whether this sentence was praise or criticism. Zi Chen did not return to his room. Instead, he walked towards Bing room. At this moment, Bing was sleeping with the white fox in her arms. Because Zi Chen was a cultivator, The entire stone house was not cold. Bing Er's arm was still exposed as she slept soundly. Zichen sat beside Bing Er's bed. He extended 2 fingers and pressed on her arm. Then, his fingers glowed. A gentle golden energy flowed through his fingers and into her arm. Then, it entered Bing Er's body. This energy flowed through Bing Er's meridians. It used an extremely gentle method to transform her body and remove the impurities in her body. Bing Er, who didn't have an outstanding aptitude, was able to reach the 5th level of true Qi realm in a short period of time just by cultivating in her sleep. This was closely related to Zichen clearing her meridians every night and refining her true Qi. Helping Bing Er break through was just following the rules. Zichen did not spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. After a few circulations, he got up and covered Bing Er with a blanket. Looking at Bing Er, who was sleeping soundly, Zichen sighed, "If only I had someone like her to help me when I was cultivating." Thinking back to the time when Zichen wanted to enter the inner sect of the Nimbus martial ancestor, he worked very hard. In the end, he was schemed against by his brothers and almost died. At that time, he was extremely difficult. He was not like Bing Er, who could reach true Qi level 6 in her sleep. If she was in the Nimbus martial ancestor, she would be an inner sect disciple. Walking back to his room, the devil ape stuck its head out. Zichen said, "Tomorrow, Bing Er is going to hunt wild beasts. Follow and protect her to prevent any accidents." Even though the devil ape was still a miniature version, it nodded when it heard Zichen's words. Bing Er woke up before the sun rose. When she found that she had reached true Qi level 6, her face was immediately filled with excitement and surprise. "I actually broke through. This is really great. I have great confidence in hunting wild beasts." Afterwards, she dragged the extremely unwilling white fox and tiptoed towards Zichen's room. She pushed open the door to Zichen's room and saw Zichen sitting cross-legged in cultivation. She wrinkled her nose at Zichen and stuck out her tongue. She did not disturb him and quietly left after closing the door. Just as she and the white fox walked out of the room, the devil ape turned into a black light and followed them. "Hihi, today I will definitely hunt a lot of wild beasts." Bing Er proudly raised the ring in her hand. This was given to her by the voice in her dreams. It was a storage ring that could store things. Currently, there were some female household items in the ring. The space inside the ring was also very large. Bing Er wanted to hunt wild beasts because there was not enough food and also because she wanted to feel how it felt to store other things in the ring. Bing Er headed straight for the forest in the distance. The white fox followed behind her with light steps. At the back, there was also a black light following behind. Not long after arriving at the forest, Bing Er found a wild beast. It was a huge wild boar that could barely be considered a vicious beast. 2 fangs protruded from its mouth, like curved blades. This was a big guy. Bing Er was thinking about how many people could eat such a wild boar. At this moment, the wild boar attacked Bing Er. The wild boar's strength was very strong. As it ran, there was a gust of wind, which really scared Bing Er. She waved her palm and used her true Qi to block. The 2 sides exchanged blows and collided. She was at true Qi level 6. The wild boar was at most a level 1 vicious beast, which was equivalent to a human at true Qi level 1. However, the one who was pushed back this time was Bing Er. The wild boar's body swayed, and then it charged towards Bing Er again. The 2 curved fangs flashed with a cold light. Bing Er was pushed back again, but she was not injured. She usually only cultivated in her dreams. In real life, she almost never used her true Qi. Now that she was fighting, she was obviously panicking. At this moment, she finally understood how difficult it was to hunt wild beasts. During this time, the white fox came to help. It was also cultivating, so its strength was not weak. Although it was not very skilled in using its true Qi, it was much stronger than Bing Er. The man and the beast, who were obviously stronger than the wild boar, finally managed to kill the wild boar after attacking it for half an hour. The wild boar fell to the ground, its face pale. Bing Er, who had used up a lot of her true Qi, immediately had an excited look on her face. She walked towards the wild boar, and with a flash of light in her hand, the wild boar disappeared. In the next moment, She felt that there was one more thing in the spiritual ring. Wow, this is too magical, Binga said in amazement. However, killing a wild boar was obviously not enough. At this moment, Binga heard a loud roar from afar. There are still wild beasts. Whitey, quickly go and kill them. Binga was so excited that she did not realize that the true chi in her body had become very little. Moreover, according to her true chi usage, even if she joined forces with Whitey, they would not be able to kill another wild beast. However, Binga was so excited that she did not think about this at all. She quickly came to the place where the roar came from, and then she saw a huge black bear. This was an ice bear, a level 5 vicious beast. Binga could not fight against it. Fortunately, this vicious beast was not alive, but dead. Apparently, it had just died. Seeing that there was no one around, Binga shouted twice, asking who the prey was. However, she found that no one answered, and there were no other wild beasts around. She simply thought that this was an ice bear that had just been frozen to death. Therefore, she put away the ice bear and decided to return. She brought Whitey back. Seeing the light shield from afar, her face was filled with excitement, and then she entered the light shield. Chapter 960. Zhong Xiaofei, what are you doing? Binga questioned him. Zhong Xiaofei quickly put away the silver and said, nothing. Nothing. Binga glared at him and said angrily, you're robbing people. Don't you know that? They don't even have a home. They're already very pitiful, and you're robbing them. As she spoke, Binga grabbed Zhong Xiaofei. As a cultivator, Binga's strength was very strong. She snatched the silver in a few moves. Mph, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Binga was angry. Then, she returned the silver to the refugee. However, the latter's face was filled with panic. He didn't dare to take the silver. Zhong Xiaofei saw this and said, did you see that? He didn't dare to take it even if you gave it to him. This is the payment for taking refuge. Payment? What payment? Why don't I know? Zhong Xiaofei was speechless facing Binga's question. Binga, don't be angry. This is your Uncle Zhong's idea. At this moment, Zhong Xiaofei's mother walked over from afar. Then, Zhong Fei also walked over and said, yes, this is my idea. Why? Binga looked at the family of 3 with disappointment. Binga, look at them. They're all people who want to take advantage of us. We protect them, but we can't let them eat and live here for free. It's fine if they live here for free, but we can't let them eat for free. Look at how much they've eaten, Zhong Fei said. Binga looked at Zhong Fei and said word by word, if they want to eat, they should eat my family's food. Binga, you're wrong. Auntie Zhong has to say a few words to you. In the face of a disaster, there's no need to distinguish between your family and mine. Aren't we all family? Zhong Xiaofei's mother said. Family? Fine, then their food will be provided by you. They'll get it from your family. Binga said angrily. She was just a little girl. She was usually very polite, but today, she was really angry. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaofei's mother's face immediately changed. Her voice was sharp as she said harshly, Binga, what are you saying? You can't do whatever you want just because Zi Chen is living in your house. Besides, Xiaofei was the one who carried Zi Chen back. Xiaofei is also one of his saviors. If it was anything else, Binga wouldn't be angry. But when it came to this, she immediately got angry. She looked at Zhong Xiaofei's mother and said coldly, Zhong Xiaofei carried Zi Chen back and asked my grandfather for a piece of bull hide as a reward. After that, you took half of it from my house. Zi Chen has nothing to do with you. Ayo, look at you, little girl. How can you speak like that? How can you speak to Aunt Zhong with such an attitude? Why? Do you treat your aunt as your enemy? Binga was not good with words. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. Husband, didn't Binga say that our family's Xiao Fei took the barbaric bull's skin? From what she said, it seems that we are not loyal. Hurry up and give them the barbaric bull's skin money. Otherwise, they will say that our family's Xiao Fei saved people for money, said Zhong Xiaofei's mother. Zhong Fei glared at Zhong Xiaofei's mother and scolded, what does a woman like you know? Why are you still talking here? Get lost. Then, he said kindly to Binga, Binga, don't be angry. Your aunt doesn't know anything. Don't mind her. I'm collecting money here because I don't want to see you and old Zhong giving without getting anything in return. Here are 10 taels of silver. Take it and buy some food when you have time. Seeing Zhong Fei take out 10 taels of silver, Zhong Xiaofei's mother was a little anxious. But Zhong Fei glared at her and scolded, "Wastrel." Binga looked at the 10 taels of silver in Zhong Fei's hand. Then, she looked at the other refugees. These refugees had fear on their faces. They were afraid that they would be chased out. To them, life was more precious than money. She threw down the silver she took from Zhong Xiaofei and said angrily, "Grandfather and I don't care anymore. Since you took the money, you can cook for them in the future. Xiaobai, let's go." Saying that, Binga ran back to her house. Her face was full of grievances. "Mph, if you don't care, then don't care. Do you think we can't afford to care? Just because you are Zichen's savior? Don't forget, it was our Xiaofei who carried Zichen back. Our Xiaofei is also one of his saviors. If it wasn't for our Xiaofei," looking at Binga's back, Zhong Xiaofei's face was full of bitterness. "Enough, shut up." A loud shout sounded. Zhong Fei turned his head and scolded Zhong Xiaofei, "You wastrel." Zhong Fei did not finish his words. His eyes widened as he looked in front of him in shock. Around them, the other villagers' faces were also filled with fear. Next to them, Zhong Xiaofei let out a cry. Zhong Xiaofei's body suddenly began to shine. The golden light was extremely dazzling. Zhong Xiaofei's mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but she could not say a word. The pride on her face had already disappeared and was replaced with fear. She slowly reached out as if she wanted to grab something, but Zhong Fei and Zhong Xiaofei both subconsciously took a few steps back. The fear on their faces was even stronger than the others. The golden light on Zhong Xiaofei's body became even more dazzling. In the end, it became so dazzling that the villagers could not open their eyes. After the golden light reached a limit, it began to shrink. A moment later, the golden light reached a limit that the villagers could bear. When they looked at Zhong Xiaofei again, their expressions were filled with shock. When the golden light fell, Zhong Xiaofei disappeared and was replaced by a golden person. It was as if she was made of gold and was shining brightly. A living person had instantly become a golden person. A person made of pure gold. Everyone could not help but think of the words "turn a person into gold." Their faces were filled with fear. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Don't you like money? How about I give you a golden person?" This was Zichen's voice. When Zhong Fei and Zhong Xiaofei heard this voice, they instantly woke up. Zhong Xiaofei cried out loudly as tears immediately appeared in his eyes. Then, he threw himself at the golden person. As for Zhong Fei, his face was pale. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the void. "Lord, please spare me. Please spare me." In the void, Zichen's voice sounded again. "Your greed is the most I have ever seen in my life. Your greed has reached the extreme. Lord, we won't dare. We won't dare anymore. Please spare us." Zhong Fei was already terrified to the extreme. Originally, he did not stop his wife from speaking to Bing with such an attitude. In his opinion, if one played the good cop and the other played the bad cop, they would definitely be able to intimidate this little girl. Moreover, with some money, this matter would naturally be resolved. In the future, there would be an endless stream of money in his hands. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually leave. She did not want the money. Zhong Fei's way of thinking was completely based on his own thoughts. In his opinion, everyone would be like him. They would all bend over for money. However, he was wrong. When Binga gave up the money and left, he knew that he was wrong. Who knew that his wife did not see the seriousness of the matter and even dared to speak harshly. Not only did she speak harshly, she even dared to bring up Zichen for saving her life. Whether Zhong Xiaofei saved Zichen or not, Zhong Fei and Madame Zhong were well aware. However, in Madame Zhong's heart, she could completely understand it as giving the other party a few taels of silver to buy the bull's hide. This was equivalent to saving Zichen in the first place. This was purely one-sided self-righteousness. He knew that he was in trouble and wanted to stop it. However, He did not expect that it would be too late. Zichen was furious. Zichen became a cultivator and killed countless people. It was not an exaggeration to say that he killed people like flies. However, he did not do anything to Zhongfei and his family because in Zichen's view, although this family was hateful, they did not deserve to die. Humans were strange creatures to begin with. Although this family was selfish, they did not do anything outrageous. However, today, their actions touched Zichen's bottom line. There were 2 points. First, they actually reached out to these refugees in his name. They did not care about their miserable lives and asked for money. Moreover, they kept mentioning that he was their savior. This made Zichen extremely unhappy. If they really saved him, he would naturally have nothing to say. However, the truth was that Zichen's life was exchanged for by old man Zhong's bull's hide. Second, and most importantly, they made Binge cry. Binge was such a pure, kind, and kind-hearted girl. They actually made her cry. Moreover, their words were full of Binge's fault. In fact, just this point alone was enough. Zichen also relied on his killing intent to kill. Once he had the intent to kill, he would kill. And it just so happened that Binge, who looked so wronged, made Zichen want to kill her. Zhongfei's mother became a golden person. Beside her, Zhongfei was crying and begging for mercy. Zichen's killing intent did not decrease, and he did not pity them. He said in a cold voice, "Don't you like money? Then I'll fulfill your wishes and turn you into money." After saying this, the 2 people's bodies shone with a brilliant golden light. Soon, the 2 of them also became golden people. The 3 of them were all made of gold, glittering and dazzling. This was true gold. Following this, there was a crash as the 3 golden people collapsed and turned into many gold coins that were as big as copper coins. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt a chill in their hearts. Even though they saw the gold in front of them, they did not dare to go forward. Instead, they retreated step by step, as if it was not gold but poisonous snakes and scorpions. At this moment, old man Zhong limped over. He walked in front of the 3 piles of gold and looked at the gold on the ground. He sighed and said, "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear." After that, he turned his head to look at the refugees and said, "Let's divide up these gold coins." When Binge returned to the stone house, she was full of grievances. Zichen opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Were you bullied?" "No, I wasn't." Tears finally fell from Binge's eyes. Zichen said, "You're a cultivator now. If anyone bullies you, just beat them up. It's like hunting a wild boar. If you can't kill it in one blow, you can fight for a while. If one doesn't work, you can fight 2 together." When he mentioned hunting a wild boar, Binge's face turned red. She could not even beat a level 6 cultivator. Zichen was obviously mocking her. "You're mocking me." Zichen said, "No, I'm praising you." "Okay, I'm hungry. Hurry up and make something to eat." "I'm not hungry. If you want to make something, make it yourself." Binge angrily returned to her room, but soon, a delicious meal was served. Without Zhongfei's family, the refugees' lives were much better. Zhongfei's house was also given to a few women with young children. Another month passed. Zichen's injuries were completely healed, and the fighting in this area had lessened. It seemed that the chaos in this area had calmed down. However, the oppressive atmosphere in this area did not lessen. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. Chapter 961. Outside this area, many cultivators had already gathered. They had completely surrounded this area. There was no way news of the mortal yuan fruit would spread. All cultivators or mortals who tried to leave this place to spread the news would be killed mercilessly. There were over 10 primal core experts in front of this group of cultivators. Although there were many peak primal core experts here, these people were the most special. The youth who had gone to Zhong village to question Zichen and Zhong Feng was also among them. He was one of the leaders of the Martial Heaven Alliance, but amongst these people, he could only stand at the back. His status was clearly the lowest. The group of 14 people looked at the endless mountain forest. They didn't immediately enter. Instead, they stood there as if they were waiting for something. These 14 people, including the cultivators behind them, had all been transferred from the Martial Heaven Alliance. At this time, they were under the command of only one power, the 5 elements. Senior apprentice brother, is the spirit really coming? Asked the youth beside him. Of course. Otherwise, why would we be waiting here? We'd have long since gone in. The person beside him was a Hutian expert. It's just for the mortal yuan fruit. We already have Xiantian experts here, and there are so many Hutian experts. Could it be that the spirit is still worried and wants to personally come? Asked the youth. The Hutian expert lowered his voice. I'm not too sure either. But there's news that there's a problem on the ancient trial path. The spirit is in urgent need of a breakthrough before entering battle. What kind of problem could there be on the ancient trial path? Just as the two of them were whispering, a powerful aura appeared on the horizon. Everyone turned to look and saw a ball of flame appear in the sky. This ball of flame was a figure. It was the Hua family's spirit body. These cultivators were all waiting here under the command of the Hua family's spirit body. Have you found the mortal yuan fruit? Asked the Hua family's spirit body coldly. The youth stepped forward and respectfully said, We've found it, but it's not ripe yet. How long will it take? Asked the Hua Ling. About 2 months, replied the youth. 2 months is enough. Bring me over to take a look. Then clear the area. No cultivators or humans are allowed to enter within 50 miles, said the Hua Ling. Yes. Under the youth's guidance, the group of 15 cultivators flew toward the mortal yuan fruit. Among the 15 people, there was 1 fire spirit, 4 carnate realm warriors, and the rest were acquired realm warriors. All of them were complete primal core realm warriors. This was an extremely terrifying team of Dan essence cultivators. It was obvious that they were determined to obtain the mortal essence fruit. This was the Eastern continent, and the fire family of the 5 elements was the most powerful family here. The fire family's supposedly invincible spiritual body had already appeared in the world, and it seemed that no one could compete with them. However, just in case, there were still cultivators guarding this area. From now until the mortal essence fruit appeared, no one was allowed to enter or leave this area. They didn't say anything along the way. They went straight for the mortal yuan fruits. Along the way, the other core cores saw the scale of the Martial Heaven Alliance, and their expressions changed. My lord, the mortal energy fruit is just ahead. The young man brought the group to a deep valley. The valley was 500 meters deep and surrounded by mountains, but it was completely bare. The moment they arrived, they could feel that the space here was extremely unstable. The distorted space power had been wreaking havoc. The mortal energy fruit was located in the deepest part of the deep valley. The spatial distortion here was even more severe, and the power of the natural order was surging. When they had been in the air, they hadn't noticed anything strange about this place. But once they landed, they sensed it. At the center of the deep valley, they could vaguely see a small green tree. There were 3 dots of light on that small tree. They seemed to be the mortal energy fruit. Hua Ling looked around and nodded. Correct, space is twisting on its own, and there is also the appearance of the natural order. That's a sign that the mortal energy fruit hasn't ripened yet. However, once it ripens, the mortal energy fruit will absorb that natural order. At that time, there will be energy fluctuations. If the mortal energy fruit isn't plucked within a day, it will naturally fall off and disappear. The mortal energy fruit tree will also disappear. This was clearly a secret that the others didn't know about. They just listened quietly. The mortal energy fruit wouldn't appear in the same place. That was because once the mortal energy fruit fell off, the mortal energy fruit tree would also disappear. Now that they saw the mortal energy fruit, Hua Ling was relieved. Their group had come with a great momentum, and they had no intention of hiding themselves. So there were quite a few cultivators following them. These people only knew about the mortal energy fruit, but they didn't know where the real mortal energy fruit was. They only found out after following them. But so what if they knew about the mortal energy fruit? The group of cultivators had bitter expressions on their faces. They already couldn't resist the Xiantian realm cultivators, but they didn't expect the spiritual body to come as well. The spiritual body was known to be invincible. Even cultivators of higher realms couldn't suppress it. Who else in the same realm could? The fiery man retracted his gaze and glanced at the cultivators in the distance. A cold smile appeared on his face. Stay here for a month. When the mortal energy fruit is about to ripen, I'll give you 5 days to clear this place. The group of people answered respectfully. Then, they stopped and waited. There were no more battles in this area. It was completely quiet. However, the air was filled with qi, and it was becoming more and more oppressive. The refugees didn't leave, but they went out regularly. They had to find food. Eating and drinking for free wasn't a long-term solution. With Zichen's help, Bing Er's cultivation level had increased to the Xiantian realm. It was easier for her to deal with the ferocious beasts. She took out many things like magic every time. The refugees had already accepted the fact that she was a cultivator. During this time, Zhongfeng went out once. Then, he returned with a gloomy face. Zichen, something happened. It was obvious that Zhongfeng's expression was extremely ugly. What happened? Zichen opened his eyes and glanced at Zhongfeng indifferently. This place has been extremely quiet recently. It's because a group of powerful cultivators came. With this group of powerful cultivators here, the others didn't make a move. Zichen raised his eyebrows and said, "Powerful cultivators? How powerful are they?" "Xiantian realm cultivators," Zhongfeng said. Not only Xiantian realm cultivators, but even the invincible spiritual body came. Spiritual body. Zichen's eyes immediately flashed. He asked, "Which spiritual body?" Zhongfeng sighed and said, "Who else could it be? Of course, it's the Hua family, the ruler of this continent. Apart from the Hua family's spiritual body, there are also a few Xiantian realm cultivators. I'm afraid there's nothing for us to do with the mortal energy fruit." Zhongfeng had been hiding here for decades for the mortal energy fruit. Now that such a powerful cultivator had come, he was extremely unwilling. Zichen's slightly agitated emotions slowly calmed down, but he was still cheering in his heart. Back when he was surrounded by the aristocratic families and almost died, he couldn't find a chance to repay them. Now that the spiritual body had come, it was obviously a chance for him to do so. The 5 elements aristocratic families were big families. Fighting for resources and killing people wouldn't hurt them at all. Only killing the spiritual body would cause them to be more superior than others. There weren't many of them in the aristocratic families, and they would definitely be heartbroken if they killed one. Seeing Zhongfeng's expression, Zichen asked, "How many mortal energy fruits are there?" Zichen hadn't asked this question because it wasn't necessary. No matter how many mortal energy fruits there were, he was determined to get them. However, with the appearance of the spiritual body, Zichen asked this question. "I'm not sure yet, but I can see 3 light spots, so there should be 3. 3. Zichen said, "Then you should rest assured. The other spiritual bodies will naturally fight for the 3 mortal energy fruits. When the time comes, you might have a chance to get them too." Zhongfeng looked at Zichen's expression and suddenly became strange. Zichen asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" The Hua family is the ruler of this continent, so only the Hua family spiritual body will appear, and it's the only one, Zhongfeng said. The only one? Zichen, who had some understanding of the major forces, sneered. Not necessarily. Then, he emphasized, the spiritual body is not invincible. Zhongfeng didn't agree with this point of view. He said, the spiritual body has never been defeated since it was born. Only a high-level spiritual body can defeat the spiritual body. Zichen smiled. It seemed that what happened on the ancient road hadn't spread out yet. In the deep valley where the mortal energy fruits were located, the distortion in the surrounding space was even more intense. However, the power of the rules in the depths of the valley was much weaker. Moreover, the 3 glowing spots were even more obvious. One could vaguely see 3 dark green mortal energy fruits. The 15 people of the Martial Heaven Alliance were seated around the valley. On this day, Hualing opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, the others also opened their eyes. Hualing said, "I'll give you 5 days. Finish this quickly." The 14 of them all stood. One of the Xiantian experts asked, "How many mortal villages are there within 50 miles of this place? Don't leave a single one alive." Huiling frowned slightly. Even the life and death of ants had to be questioned. Yes. The 14 of them spread out in all directions. Their goal was to chase away all the life forms within 50 miles. Other than humans, that naturally included beasts. The first ones to bear the brunt of the clearing were the distant cultivators. They were all looking for a chance to fish in troubled waters. The battle instantly broke out. With the Xiantian experts attacking, the battle was completely one-sided. Some of the slower cultivators were mercilessly killed. Originally, the many cultivators had scattered like a mob as soon as the battle began. The cultivators could flee, but the mortals were unable to. The mortals that were lucky enough to survive once more suffered devastating blows. Oh, interesting. There are actually people bored enough to care about the life and death of those ants. A Hutian realm martial artist arrived in the sky above Zhong village. On his way here, he had also destroyed Liu village. There were still some mortals who were lucky enough to survive, but all of them had been killed. When he saw the huge light shield that was obviously held up by a cultivator, a hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stood in the air, looking down at the barrier. Break. A huge palm descended from the sky, covering the sun. An extremely vast and terrifying aura surged from it. The villagers within the barrier were filled with terror when they saw this palm descending from the sky. Panicked cries rang out. Bang! Chapter 962. The light shield shattered, revealing the figures of the villagers below. One could see the fear and helplessness on their faces. Ha ha! The laughter of the Hutian warrior came from the sky. His smile became ferocious and cruel. Die! Without hesitation, he waved his palm again. The palm print was still as big as before, but without the protection of the light shield, the surging aura on the palm print was even more terrifying. All the villagers collapsed to the ground, their frightened expressions turning into despair. Boom! The palm print exploded, but the terrifying energy did not sweep the villagers below. Instead, it dissipated in the air. Seeing that the palm print was broken, the Hutian warrior was surprised. He smiled and said, "Interesting, interesting." With a flash of light, Zichen appeared. This was the first time he had left the stone house since he woke up. The Hutian warrior sneered, "You finally came out. I thought you were going to hide in there forever." Zichen's eyes were extremely indifferent. He glanced at the opponent and said, "I'll give you a chance to get out of here. Either get out or die." The Hutian warrior's face immediately twisted. He said coldly, "You dare to talk to me like that? You're the one who's looking for death." As he shouted, he began to mobilize the ultimate Yuan force in his body. The ultimate Yuan force formed a sharp blade in front of him. The sharp blade was surging with a terrifying aura. After he shouted, "Slash!" he slashed towards Zichen. The space could not withstand this huge force and shattered under this slash. The cold killing intent on the sharp blade caused the villagers below to turn pale. However, Zichen's expression did not change. As the sharp blade slashed towards him, he only stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Peng! The sharp blade with a terrifying aura was scattered by Zichen's finger. The powerful energy shattered the space, but it could not shake Zichen at all. The Hutian warrior's face changed when he saw this scene. However, he was not afraid. He mobilized the Yuan force in his body for the second time. This time, he formed a seal with his hand. Rays of light jumped between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the seal was completed. A vast power surged from the sky. A huge light seal descended from the sky. The glaring light caused all the villagers below to fall into a daze. They subconsciously closed their eyes, otherwise, the light would have completely blinded them. As the seals fell, a thunderous sound came from the sky. It was as if there was an explosion of thunder. What? The Hutian warrior's complexion finally changed. These two attacks could be considered as his most powerful attacks, especially the second one. It was a technique unique to him and was very powerful, but it was easily broken by a finger. To be able to break his attack with a single finger, and he hadn't even sensed the opponent's cultivation level. Just how powerful was that? Thinking back to what the other party had just said, the angry Hutian martial artist suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. This was definitely a terrifying existence. He immediately thought of running away. If we can't win, run. To be able to break his attack with just 2 fingers, he was definitely no match for such an existence. He couldn't help but guess that the other party was a Xiantian martial artist. Just now, I gave you a chance to scram. Regretfully, you didn't cherish it. The icy voice rang out once more, and a powerful aura surged out from behind him. The Hutian martial artist turned around and saw a dazzling fist light. In his eyes, there was only that fist light. In his world, there was only that fist light. The fist light exploded in front of him, and a destructive energy engulfed him. His defenses naturally couldn't compare to Zichen's. That terrifying energy directly tore through his defenses and tore his body apart. The Hutian martial artist didn't even have time to let out a miserable cry before his body and his spiritual sense disappeared from this world. The powerful cultivator had been killed in one blow. The villagers below were still in a state of shock. Zhongfeng appeared at the right time. Looking into the distance, he said, "This is the Martial Heaven Alliance's people clearing the area. The mortal yuan fruit is about to appear." Zichen turned around and glanced at Binger and old Zhong. He said, "Wait for 2 more days." "Fine. In any case, there's no rush." Zhongfeng nodded. Zichen returned to his stone house, but he didn't raise a barrier of light. Binger quickly ran over and barged into Zichen's room. She asked, "You're leaving, aren't you?" Zichen didn't answer her question. "I'm going to find something extremely important." Binger looked at Zichen. "You're not coming back, are you?" Zichen didn't reply, but his silence was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Once he obtained the mortal yuan fruit, he would leave and never come back. He had taught Binger the cultivation method and found the spirit fox to accompany her in the hopes that she would be able to protect herself. "You really are leaving?" Binger's voice was choked with sobs. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Binger like this, Zichen couldn't bear it. However, he definitely couldn't bring Binger on this trip. Furthermore, he had already learned from Zhongfeng that this was the eastern region. It was very far from the heavenly barbarian pavilion. In the end, Zichen still had to return to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. After all, he and Binger belonged to 2 different worlds. However, seeing Binger like this, Zichen could only say, "I'm only going to take something this time. I didn't say I wouldn't come back." "You mean you'll come back?" Binger's tears didn't stop. She obviously didn't believe Zichen. "Of course I'll come back. Otherwise, I have nowhere to go." Zichen lied. This was a lie full of loopholes. It was almost impossible to believe, but Binger believed it. She stopped crying and looked at Zichen. "Really? Really?" Zichen saw Binger heave a sigh of relief. Then, she wiped away the tears on her face. She looked like a little kitten. She smiled at Zichen and left Zichen's room. Zichen shook his head and sighed. She's just a little girl whose first love. Time can make her forget everything. In Zichen's eyes, the 17-year-old Binger was naturally a little girl. Moreover, Zichen's real age was much older than old Zhong's. However, in the world of cultivators, age was never a problem. After Binger came out, she left the stone house and went to find her grandpa. Old Zhong was cooking for everyone. When he saw Binger, he put down the big spoon in his hand and signaled for someone to help him. He limped towards Binger. Zichen once said that he would help old Zhong recover from his injuries, but he was rejected. Old Zhong was very firm, so Zichen could only give up. "How is it?" Old Zhong looked at Binger, his eyes full of love. "He's really going to leave," said Binger. Seeing Binger's expression, old Zhong said, "Then did he say that he would come back?" Binger looked at old Zhong in surprise. "Grandpa, how did you know?" "He said that he would come back, and that he had nowhere to go." "Grandpa, is it because his enemies are too powerful?" Old Zhong smiled bitterly. Binger was a silly girl. She believed whatever Zichen said, but old Zhong was not stupid. Although he was a good person, it did not mean that he was brainless. Zichen's actions were obviously perfunctory. He pulled Binger to a place where there was no one else. He looked into Binger's eyes and asked, "Binger, look into my eyes and tell me, do you really want to follow Zichen?" Binger nodded. Old Zhong continued, "He's a cultivator who can fly. You've seen his battle prowess. He's destined to be extraordinary in this life. He's destined to have many female friends." Binger shook her head. "I don't care. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he definitely won't be able to settle down. If you follow him, you're destined to wander around forever." Binger's expression was firm. "I don't care either." Old Zhong nodded. "Since you've made up your mind, I have a way to let you two be together." "Really?" Binger was surprised. "You still don't believe me?" Old Zhong's face was full of confidence. Zichen waited here for 3 days. He waited for one more day, but no other cultivators came. "We should go." Zhong Feng came to find Zichen. "Okay." Zichen nodded. Old Zhong, Binger, and the villagers watched as Zichen and Zhong Feng left. The devil ape had completely awakened, but it was still in its miniature form. Although Zhong Feng guessed that the little monkey was extraordinary, he did not know the true identity of the devil ape and its great battle prowess. At a critical moment, the devil ape would definitely be an unimaginable force that could not be ignored. Outside the valley where the mortal energy fruit was, 14 cultivators were standing in the air. Originally, there were 15 of them, but one of them was killed by Zichen. The other 13 people completed their tasks very well. Only Hu Ming was missing. Hu Ming went to the area where the mortals live, so he shouldn't be here. "I think he'll be back soon," a warrior in the acquired realm said. The young man suddenly thought of the 2 cultivators from Zhong village. His expression changed immediately, and then he told the others. "Hu Ming hasn't returned yet. Is he dead? Was he killed by them?" "I'll go and have a look," a warrior in the Carnate realm said. Huling waved his hand and said, "No need. If Hu Ming is dead, the people who killed him will definitely come here. The mortal energy fruit is about to ripen, so it's better to stay here and be careful. We've cleared the area within 100 miles. Are you still worried that someone will dare to come here?" a warrior in the Carnate realm asked. Huling smiled. "You only cleared the people in the open, but you didn't clear the people in the dark." "The people in the dark? Of course, but they're just a bunch of guys who don't dare to show up and meet me. I think they're just ordinary people," Huling said. "What an ordinary person. The people of the Hua family are indeed arrogant. But if I'm an ordinary person, then I wonder what you are." A cold voice suddenly sounded. The void split open silently, and waves of powerful aura descended. 5 people descended from the sky, and the aura around them was extremely powerful. Huling turned his head and looked at the person in the lead. His pupils shrank slightly, and beside him, there was a cry of surprise. "Mighty body." The person who came was the mighty body of the tyrant Dao clan. Beside him, there were 4 people in the great completion of the primordial core realm. They were naturally Carnate realm warriors. As soon as the mighty body appeared, he walked over with his people. Huling turned his head and looked at him. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But at that moment, the spatial distortion in the valley became more intense, and the power of rules became extremely unstable. Then, a violent wave of energy spread out in all directions with the valley as the center. Chapter 963. The mortal origin fruit in the deep valley emitted an abnormal fluctuation. The burning man quickly turned around and took 2 steps forward to look at the deep valley. The tyrant body's figure flashed and immediately appeared above the deep valley, overlooking it. In the deep valley, the mortal origin fruit tree was swaying, causing the space below to distort even more violently. The power of rules surged toward the deep valley, and the 3 mortal origin fruits became clearer. This was caused by the late stage of the mortal origin fruit. Its speed of absorbing the power of rules was much faster. When it finished absorbing all the power of rules in the deep valley, it would be the time for it to ripen. Hua Ling's gaze moved away from the mortal origin fruit and looked at the tyrant body with obvious hostility in his eyes. The tyrant body chuckled. 3 mortal origin fruits. We can share them equally. There's no need to fight. How can we share 3 fruits equally? Hualing said coldly. The tyrant body laughed. At most, I'll take 2 and you can have 1. Hualing was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. You're losing and you want 2, but I'm only getting 1. He snorted coldly. Dream on, don't even think about getting 1. The tyrant body looked at Hualing and joked, is that so? Seems like you want to fight with me. But you have to be careful. If you can't beat me, run. It won't be good if I accidentally kill you. The spirit body is said to be invincible. How dare you say that you can kill me? Hualing looked at the tyrant body coldly with sarcasm. What an invincible spirit body. The tyrant body laughed. If other spirit bodies are invincible, I have no reason to refute. As for the Hua family spirit body, it seems that the myth of invincibility has already been broken. Hualing's face turned ugly. He naturally knew what the tyrant body was talking about. He, you were killed by a carnate warrior on the ancient road. The Hua family's spirit body is indeed invincible. Sure enough, when the tyrant body mentioned what happened on the ancient road, the expressions of the other cultivators beside Hualing changed. The myth of invincibility had been broken, and it was killed by a carnate warrior. They didn't know about this, but after seeing Hualing's ugly expression, they confirmed that the tyrant body was telling the truth. At this moment, their minds were shaken. Tempage, you believe in rumors? The spirit body snorted coldly. Your Hua clan knows best whether or not there is such a thing. Hualing did not plan to delve deeper into this issue. Instead, he said coldly, there are 3 mortal energy fruits here. Let's fight to the death. Whoever lives gets the fruit. Alright, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Your Hua clan's spiritual body can even kill a Xiantian realm martial artist. I don't believe that I can't kill you, Ba Dao said loudly as the energy around him surged. The 2 of you, let's just split the mortal origin fruit between us. There's no need to fight. Another voice sounded from the void. Then, with a flash of light, a young man appeared. This was a white-clothed man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was barefooted and flew through the air with a sword on his back. His entire person was like an unsheathed sword. Sword sect, heart of the sword. The pupils of the overlord body and the spiritual body shrank. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jian Xian. The white-clothed man slowly stepped forward. Every step he took seemed to have some sort of rhythm to it. As the Hutian realm martial artists looked at the white-clothed man's steps, they actually felt a sense of dizziness. A person had appeared out of nowhere, and he was an existence comparable to a spirit body. Naturally, the battle could not continue. What do you think? Let's split the mortal origin fruit. Jian Xian stopped 10 steps away from the 2 of them. From this position, he was able to see the mortal origin fruit below. The mortal origin fruit was about to ripen, and its fluctuations were growing stronger. The law energy in the valley was also growing weaker. 1 for each of us is perfect. There's no need to fight, said Jian Xian. Alright, I agree, said the overlord body. Hualing's expression was unnatural. He was the one who had discovered the mortal origin fruit, and he had also brought people to guard it for several months. Why should he split it with them? However, the current situation didn't allow him to argue. Otherwise, if the 2 of them joined hands, he really wouldn't be able to defeat them. Alright, 1 for each of us. Hualing snorted and nodded. However, whether or not his words were true, he would have to wait until the mortal origin fruit ripened. The fluctuations from the mortal origin fruit grew stronger and stronger. That caused the other cultivators' expressions to change, and they all began to approach. They carefully approached, watching to see if the Martial Heaven Alliance was attacking. However, even when they were a few miles away from the mortal origin fruit, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people didn't attack. From a distance, they saw the people above the valley. Other than Hualing, they also saw the overlord body and Jian Xin. They stopped when they were a mile away from the valley. With others holding them back, Hualing couldn't kill them. However, if they got too close, their lives would be in danger. Damn it, how could it be like this? Zi Chen and Zhong Feng arrived. Seeing Jian Xin and the overlord body, he cursed. Zhongfeng had returned to his original appearance. He was no longer an old man, but a middle-aged man in his prime. Zichen had also changed his appearance. He indifferently said, "Only when there are more people will there be more chaos. That's the only way we have a chance." Zhongfeng was a bit unwilling. But 2 or 4 would have been fine. Why did it have to be 3? What if they split the mortal origin fruit evenly and didn't fight? Then we wouldn't have a chance. Zichen gazed into the distance and a yin and yang light flashed in his eyes. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he said, "That may not be the case. Maybe they are greedy enough to want all 3 and start a war." Zhongfeng hesitated for a moment before saying, "I hope so." Buzz. At this moment, another wave came from the valley. This time, the wave was stronger, and the range of the tremors was wider. "The mortal origin fruit has appeared," Zichen suddenly said. Zhongfeng looked at Zichen in surprise. He saw that Zichen was smiling, but the smile was cold and contained killing intent. Who is he going to kill? Spirit bodies? Zhongfeng was puzzled. 2 more waves came from the valley. After the waves disappeared, there was a cry of surprise in front of them. Then, the energy began to surge. The 3 spirit bodies moved instantly. They turned into 3 rays of light and rushed towards the depths. However, at this moment, the space around them began to distort. A huge black hole appeared in front of them. The black hole was like a giant mouth of the netherworld, trying to swallow them. The 3 rays of light clashed in the air and quickly retreated. After the black hole, there would be spatial turbulence. The 3 of them didn't dare to go over. However, at this moment, a blurry shadow swept past them and went towards the valley below. "Damn it, killer!" The fire spirit cursed. Suddenly, a glaring flame surged around his body. He raised his hand and attacked. The flame rushed towards the valley like a fire dragon. The mighty body and Jian Xian also attacked downward. In the sound of explosions, the blurry shadow was forced back. There are indeed 4 of them. 2 miles away, Zhongfeng saw this scene. Hope reignited in his eyes. Not far away, the other cultivator's eyes flickered. It seemed that they would seize the opportunity to rush into the valley at any time. The mortal origin fruit had completely ripened. The fire spirit and the mighty body naturally took action. They avoided the fierce battle and went towards the valley. Right at that moment, the void split open and black holes appeared one after another. Within those black holes, sharp blades with oppressive killing intent shot towards those people. Killer, another killer. Compared to them, these killers were 1 step ahead. They had already discovered this place and launched a surprise attack. At least 4 people died, 3 were seriously injured, and 2 were forced to retreat with light injuries. As for the killers, only 1 was killed and 1 was injured. The killers' killing efficiency was very high. Moreover, they retreated after 1 attack. Above the valley, corpses fell. However, before they could fall into the valley, the distorted power of space appeared and directly tore their bodies into pieces. With the birth of the mortal origin fruit, the power of the rules disappeared. However, the space was still constantly distorted. If one was not careful, even a heaven realm martial artist would die. The chaotic battle continued. The 4 existences comparable to spiritual bodies were fighting with each other. No one wanted others to enter the valley. The others were also fighting with the killers. Some people were trying to find a chance to sneak into the valley. Some of the cultivators on the periphery couldn't hold back and directly rushed up. The cultivators who dared to come here were all at the great fulfillment realm. They might be nothing in the eyes of the spiritual bodies, but in the eyes of others, they were a force to be reckoned with. Soon, only Zhongfeng and Zichen were left. Zhongfeng sighed and said, "It's useless. There are 4 existences comparable to spiritual bodies guarding there. Their senses are extremely sharp. No one can go in." Sure enough, anyone who tried to go around the battlefield and try to enter the depths would be attacked by the spiritual bodies. What greeted them was either a sword ray with sword intent, a flame dragon, or other attacks. In short, the battle lasted for more than 10 breaths. Many Jinyuan cultivators had died, but no one had succeeded in entering the depths. Seeing more and more Jinyuan cultivators die, Zhong Feng shook his head again and said, "These 4 people are ruthless. They are clearly restraining each other. No one can go in, but they also don't want others to go in. They are looking for an opportunity to kill everyone around." Zi Chen's gaze was fixed on the 4 people. Killing intent surged in his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking about whether to take the mortal origin fruit first or kill first. However, after thinking about it, the two didn't seem to conflict. When he obtained the fruit, he could also kill, and when he killed, he could also obtain the fruit. Zhong Feng shook his head. Disappointment and despair gradually appeared on his face. If we don't kill the spiritual bodies, no one can get the mortal origin fruit. Even if we get it, we can't take it away. In the end, we will still die. Suddenly, Zi Chen's voice came from the side. If that's the case, then let's kill the spiritual bodies first. What? Zhong Feng was obviously shocked by Zi Chen's words. However, a bitter smile soon appeared on his face. Kill the spiritual bodies. They are known to be invincible. How can we kill them? Zi Chen shook his head and said seriously, "The spiritual bodies are not invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen rushed out. Zhong Feng looked at Zi Chen's path in shock and found that he was really going straight for the spiritual bodies. Chapter 964. Zi Chen went straight for the spiritual bodies. Zhong Feng thought that Zi Chen was crazy and was simply looking for death. Zi Chen was very fast and instantly arrived in front of a spiritual body. It was Hualing. Zi Chen had a deep relationship with the Hua family. He had fought with a spiritual body when he was flying in the sky. After that, they would fight to the death. "You're courting death." Seeing someone rushing towards him, Hualing roared and collided with the tyrant body. He took an excuse to retreat and punched at Zi Chen with his fist. Zi Chen also clenched his fist. His eyes were cold, and a golden light shone from his fist. Both of their fists broke through the air and collided in the big dark crack. This was a completely head-on collision. It was extremely violent. It could be considered the most violent collision since the start of the battle. Hualing couldn't help but have a touch of admiration in his eyes. No matter whether this person was dead or seriously injured after the blow, the fact that he dared to collide head-on with him was enough to show his courage and stupidity. It was worthy of praise and admiration. Boom! The 2 fists collided with a deafening explosion. With the 2 of them as the center, a terrifying energy tore through the space and spread in all directions. Wherever the energy passed, the space was shattered. A black hole with a radius of hundreds of meters appeared in everyone's sight. The power of this attack was beyond everyone's imagination, causing everyone in the battle to subconsciously look over. After that, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the collision of the energy, a figure flew out. Seeing this figure, everyone's mouths were wide open with an incredulous expression on their faces. Because the one who flew out was not an inconspicuous cultivator, but a spiritual body. A spiritual body of the Hua family. When the spiritual body of the Hua family flew out, everyone could clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. Then, they saw that the spiritual body of the Hua family's arm was in a bent state. The bones were broken and protruding. When the other people around saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Not only was the spiritual body knocked back by one blow, but its bones were also broken. The shattered space healed, and the violent energy dissipated. Zi Chen stood in the air. Everyone was shocked to find that this ordinary-looking guy had no injuries on his body. How is this possible? Zhong Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. This Zi Chen had actually injured the spiritual body with a single blow. The surrounding people were clearly stunned as well. "Who are you?" The Hua clan's spiritual body retreated 100 meters. Flames flickered around his body as the surrounding spiritual chi madly converged toward him. With the help of the spiritual body's unique ability, his broken arm was rapidly recovering. "The one who wants your life," Zi Chen shouted. Light flashed beneath his feet as he dashed toward the Hua clan's spiritual body. The pupils of the Hua clan's spiritual body shrank, and his expression immediately changed. His opponent's speed was even faster than his own. As soon as he thought of this, Before he could make an effective counterattack, he saw a fist coming toward his face. This punch was very powerful. After it landed on Huoling's face, it caused his face to tremble 3 times. After that, Huoling's teeth spat out from his mouth along with fresh blood. Then, Huoling's body flew out diagonally. Boom! Huoling's face was clearly filled with shock as he flew out. Flames ignited around his body and turned into a surge of energy that surged out in all directions. He did this to prevent himself from being attacked again when he lost his center of gravity. However, even though he was in the most effective defensive posture, it was completely useless against Zichen. His punch directly shattered the flames that came out from the shock. Then, this punch landed on the other side of Huoling's face. His face still trembled 3 times. After spitting out blood and teeth, he was sent flying in the opposite direction. After 2 blows, Zichen did not intend to let Huoling go. His body flashed again, and he appeared above Huoling. He then lifted his foot and stomped hard on his opponent's chest. This stomp was very powerful. The sky was shattered by Zichen's stomp. Cracks in the space spread out in the sky like a spider web. At the center of the spider web was Huoling's chest. Boom! The powerful energy completely rushed into Huoling's body. As the energy wreaked havoc in his body, Huoling's body was also sent flying towards the mountain ridge below. A cloud of dust rose up, and a huge crater appeared on the mountain ridge. Huoling was lying in the crater, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. All around, there was dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zichen. At this moment, they forgot about the mortal yuan fruit. Their eyes and minds were filled with Zichen's figure. His figure was tall, domineering, and imposing. His attacks were powerful and sharp. It was as if he was crushing dry weeds. A dignified spiritual body was beaten to a pulp by his 2 punches and 1 kick. One must know that this was a spiritual body. It was known as the invincible spiritual body. After 3 blows, the spiritual body was half dead. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The shock in the eyes of the other spiritual bodies lingered for a long time. With such a powerful existence, it seemed that their chances of obtaining the mortal yuan fruit were very low. Heavens, what kind of existence did I, Zhongfeng, encounter? Zhongfeng bit his tongue hard. When he felt the pain, he realized that it was not a dream. Beating a spiritual body is like beating a dog. Such an existence actually suffered such an unimaginable injury. Heavens, what kind of person is this? Zhongfeng's mind was completely shaken by Zichen's 2 punches and 1 kick. Everyone was in a state of shock. They did not try to snatch the mortal yuan fruit, nor did they try to kill Zichen. It was as if they were stunned and scared silly. Zichen stood in the air. His body was shining with a golden light, like a god of war in golden armor. The void behind Zichen suddenly broke open, and a huge black hole appeared. This black hole appeared without warning, and a cold star appeared in it. This cold star was as black as ink, the same color as the black hole. The cold star quickly expanded from the black hole, and then turned into a sharp blade, piercing towards Zichen's back. While everyone was stunned by Zichen's strength, the assassin, who was comparable to a spiritual body, made his move. He hid and attacked. This strike was completely unexpected. This strike was truly shocking. Puff! The cold star turned into a sharp blade, and directly pierced through Zichen's back. Because it was a sure-kill attack, the assassin was fully prepared. When the attack landed, its energy surged inside Zichen's body. Bang! Wherever the sharp blade passed, there was an explosion. Zichen's body was completely blown apart. Is he dead? Just as everyone was shocked, the assassin's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, no one could see his face under the mask. If they could see his face, they would have turned pale. Just as Zichen exploded, a figure appeared beside him. It was Zichen. Just now, he dodged the attack with lightning speed and appeared beside the assassin. He was so close to the assassin that Zichen could clearly see his eyelids trembling. I hate assassins. I hate them very much. Just as the assassin felt that something was wrong, a cold voice sounded in the depths of his mind. Then, the assassin felt a pain in his chest. He subconsciously lowered his head and saw a glowing palm being taken out of his chest. In the palm of the hand, there was a beating heart. The heart was beating vigorously. Every time it beat, there was a surge of energy. This was the assassin's physical strength. It was very terrifying, but at this moment, even Zi Chen's hand could not hurt it. The assassin's body was completely frozen in the air. The sharp blade in his hand was still in a forward thrust state. Zi Chen stood beside him, holding a beating heart in his hand. Bang! In the next moment, Zi Chen forcefully crushed the heart. Just as the heart exploded, the assassin's body also exploded. An assassin who obtained the inheritance of killing and was comparable to a spiritual body from birth died in front of Zi Chen. As the assassin's body exploded, even his spiritual body was destroyed. The surroundings were silent, but under Zi Chen's yin-yang, he could clearly see several assassins who tried to approach him. Their faces were filled with horror as they retreated rapidly in the void. The assassin was dead, and the fire spirit's fate was unknown. Only Tyrant Body and Jian Xian were left. When Zi Chen turned his head and his cold eyes fell on the two of them, a chill rose in their hearts for no reason. This chill was filled with a thick aura of death. The two of them looked at each other and saw a touch of shock and fear in each other's eyes. The two of them almost subconsciously stood side by side and fought side by side. Around him, the carnate and Hutian martial artists brought by the fire spirit, as well as the innate martial artists brought by the tyrant body, all stepped forward and surrounded Zi Chen from all directions. Who are you? You are a spiritual body of the Jin family. Tyrant Body suppressed the chill in his heart and asked coldly. Zi Chen's technique was golden light, but it did not look like the pure energy of the Jin family. It was accompanied by destructive thunder power, which made them unable to figure out where Zi Chen came from. Zi Chen said with a cold face, "I'm the one who will kill you." Jian Xian's face turned cold. He held the long sword in his hand tightly, and his whole body was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He shouted at Zi Chen, "Kill us? Shameless boasting. Whether it's shameless boasting or not, you'll know after you try." Under the horrified gazes of the surrounding martial artists, Zi Chen, who was besieged, was the first to launch an attack. His attack was powerful and terrifying, and each of his attacks contained the power to shatter space. The combination of extreme speed and powerful strength made his attack extremely overbearing, and the speed at which he killed the enemy was naturally very fast. An innate martial artist only felt his vision blur, and then he saw a golden fist blooming in front of him. His face changed greatly, and he fully activated his defense. It was useless. Zi Chen's punch was like a hot knife through butter, directly breaking the defense of the innate martial artist. At the same time, a strong force poured into the opponent's body and destroyed his soul. Zi Chen had killed a Xiantian martial artist at the peak of the Xiantian realm with a single punch. Such battle prowess shook the hearts of the surrounding people. The light flashed again, and Zi Chen appeared in front of another postnatal martial artist. This time, he also punched him. This was a punch that could kill a Xiantian martial artist. When it landed on a postnatal martial artist, the destructive force actually turned him into nothingness. A postnatal martial artist was killed by Zi Chen with a single punch. Zi Chen's standing was shocking and terrifying. Facing a group of strong martial artists, he was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, slaughtering at will. After the shock, the crowd gradually came to their senses. The mortal origin fruit was just below them, and the opportunity to reach the mortal origin stage was just below them. Not to mention one terrifying existence, even if they met 10 of them, they would still fight. Seeing that Zi Chen was restrained, or rather, that Zi Chen was happily killing, the others took the opportunity to sneak into the deep valley. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the deep valley. Following that, a turbulent force surged up from below. In this force, there was another person, and it was the fire spirit. Chapter 965. Zi Chen's attack did not kill the fire spirit, but he was severely injured in just 3 attacks. Naturally, the fire spirit could sense how terrifying his opponent was. Especially when the assassin was killed with a single blow, the fire spirit felt a chill in his heart. The combat power of the assassin was definitely comparable to that of a spirit body, but such an existence was killed with a single blow. The fire spirit could not imagine how there could be such a powerhouse who could suppress a spirit body in this world. One had to know that spirit bodies were invincible. The fire spirit knew that he could not defeat his opponent, so he gave up on the battle and set his eyes on the mortal essence fruit. His opponent was very strong and fast, but the fire spirit still had a way to escape from him. While the battle in the air was extremely intense, the fire spirit decided to take advantage of the chaos to steal the mortal essence fruit and leave. He smoothly sneaked to the side of the mortal essence fruit and was about to pluck it when he suddenly saw a palm-sized little guy in front of him. The little guy was furry and looked like someone's pet. The fire spirit did not pay much attention to it, but in the next moment, the little guy transformed into a tall figure. This figure was as black as ink and an extremely violent aura surged around it. This scene caused the fire spirit's eyes to widen. There was a deep sense of disbelief in his eyes. At this moment, the tall black figure saw him. There was a flash of black light in his hand and a black rod appeared. The black stick was as black as ink and was engraved with black runes. The black figure held the black stick and smashed it directly at the fire spirit's head. The runes flashed, and a terrifying aura surged. The injured fire spirit could not avoid this attack. Therefore, the attack landed squarely on his body, and he was forcefully knocked from the bottom of the deep valley to the top of the valley. A violent explosion rang out. When everyone lowered their heads, they saw Hua Ling standing up in a sorry state. At this moment, Hua Ling was still coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest. This wound was caused by Zi Chen's attack and also by the power of the devil ape's rod. The other cultivators who were preparing to take advantage of the chaos to enter the deep valley saw this scene, and their expressions immediately changed. Then, they saw the devil ape in the deep valley. At that moment, the devil ape was reaching for the mortal essence fruit. No. Seeing a mortal essence fruit being taken away by the black shadow, the other cultivators' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their expressions were crazed and ferocious as they charged towards the devil ape. Because everyone was too angry, or perhaps because they were too anxious, they neglected the power of space in the valley. Space twisted, forming a destructive power. A primal core realm expert was instantly swept away by this power. He didn't even have time to scream before his body disappeared under the destructive power. However, he was the only unlucky one among the group. The others had successfully reached the bottom of the valley and were heading towards the demonic ape. During this time, the devil ape had already successfully plucked 3 mortal origin fruits. It was so greedy that it didn't leave a single one for the others. As soon as the 3 mortal origin fruits were plucked, the mortal origin fruit tree began to emit the power of the rules. As the power of the rules flashed, the mortal origin fruit tree disappeared. With the mortal energy fruit gone and the tree gone, everyone naturally rushed towards the demon ape. At this moment, the demon ape also turned its head, its red eyes filled with endless killing intent. The black rod in its hand seemed to have sensed its master's mood and actually started to vibrate. Then, the demon ape swung the rod and smashed it towards the crowd. On the black rod, runes flashed, and an aura that made people tremble was released. Facing this aura, fear rose in everyone's heart. Then, the black rod fell. A Xiantian Perfection Realm Xiantian martial artist was struck in the chest by the devil ape. A powerful force surged into the opponent's body like a flood. With a loud explosion, this Xiantian Perfection Realm Xiantian martial artist was smashed into pieces. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the demon ape's black rod fell twice, and 2 Hutian realm experts exploded. At this moment, the demon ape's battle prowess was not one bit weaker than Zi Chen's. In fact, its killing effect was even greater than Zi Chen's. This was because as long as a cultivator was hit by the demon ape's black rod, their entire body would explode. Their spiritual sense would disappear along with their body. Wherever the black rod passed, no one would survive. Zhong Feng had already reached the edge of the omphalos, but he did not go down. He looked at the sky in horror and then at the omphalos. His expression was extremely shocked. The one in the sky was Zi Chen. His battle prowess was strong and could kill spiritual bodies. He was the ally he found. His original purpose was to let him restrain the primal core realm experts. The demon ape below was originally a small monkey, so Zhongfeng did not take it seriously. However, at this moment, the demon ape could kill a primal core realm expert with one strike. The horrified Zhongfeng's mind was also in a mess. The shock brought to him by these two people was too great. An alien. This is an alien. Jian Xian and the tyrant body immediately exclaimed after seeing the demon ape's great power. Aren't aliens on the ancient road? Why are they here? The severely injured Hua spiritual body also had a look of horror on his face. But soon, he came to his senses and shouted, "No, this is not an ordinary alien. This is the sky-splitting battle ape." After coming to his senses, he raised his head and looked at Zi Chen. His face was filled with horror. You are Zi Chen." At this moment, there were still a few surviving primal core realm and postnatal realm experts. When they heard the fire spirit's exclamation, they were confused. Obviously, they had never heard of this name and did not know why this name could make spiritual bodies pale. However, when the tyrant body and Jian Xian heard this, their faces also showed the same fear as the fire spirit. The tyrant body also exclaimed, "You have 2 pages of the heavenly book and killed spiritual bodies, Zi Chen." Zi Chen used his actions to answer the tyrant body. The golden origin energy surging around his body changed again. It became even stronger and reached a perfect state. The so-called perfect state was the strongest power of a primal core realm expert. A primal core realm expert was hit by Zi Chen's perfect origin energy. His body only trembled for a moment before exploding. He died. After a short while, there were no more primal core realm experts around Zi Chen. There were only 3 spiritual bodies left. At this moment, the fire spirit activated his supernatural power again and healed his injuries. His combat power reached its peak again. However, the 3 of them did not have full confidence in fighting 3 against 1 because the legends about Zi Chen were too terrifying. Not only had he killed a spiritual body of the Hua clan at the same level, but it was also rumored that he had killed a spiritual body of the mortal origin realm. Although this rumor could not be confirmed, it was a fact that a spiritual body of the mortal origin realm had died. And this matter had a lot to do with Zi Chen. Everyone said that you had died on the ancient road. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You are really lucky. The fire spirit spoke as he leaped into the air. After knowing that his opponent was Zi Chen, he did not run away. Zi Chen was a thunder martial artist and had extreme speed. He knew that he could not run away, so he might as well fight. After more than a dozen cultivators died, they turned back. Their faces were filled with fear. Greed was replaced by fear, and they began to run away. Although the mortal origin fruit was important, the prerequisite was to be alive to obtain it. The way the demonic ape killed, no matter how many people there were, they would still die. Naturally, they were afraid. In the air, the 3 spiritual bodies formed an encirclement. At this moment, their expressions were extremely serious. The yuan qi in their bodies was also pushed to the limit. 3 against 1, the 3 of them were still very nervous. All the major forces are looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here. The fire spirit spoke again. At the same time, he was on guard. Zi Chen sneered at the fire spirit. The sarcasm in his eyes became thicker. What? You want to stall for time and let the Hua clan's experts arrive in time? What? The fire spirit's eyes were filled with confusion. Playing dumb. Die. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The perfect yuan qi surged around his body, and the lightning wings appeared on his back. He displayed his true extreme speed and rushed forward. The 3 spiritual bodies looked at each other and launched an extremely powerful attack. This attack was not to kill the enemy, but to block. As long as they could block Zi Chen for a while, the Hua clan's experts would arrive, and Zi Chen would be dead without a doubt. Zi Chen clenched his fist and punched out. This punch used the perfect yuan qi. The bright and powerful golden fist directly shattered the 3 attacks. Then, Zi Chen turned into a silver light and flashed in front of the fire spirit. Zi Chen, who had completely displayed his extreme speed, gave Hualing a big fright. However, this time, He was already prepared. The moment Zi Chen appeared, he let out a loud shout and mobilized the surrounding fire yuan power to form a defense. At the same time, he retreated backwards. Zi Chen punched out, and a golden light flashed. Peng! The fire spirit's defense was shattered by Zi Chen's powerful punch. Now, Zi Chen's understanding of the technique had reached a very deep level. His attack power was already the best among those of the same level. The fire spirit's defense was broken. Just as the fire spirit was shocked and frightened, Zi Chen's second punch landed on the fire spirit's chest. The perfect yuan qi surged into the fire spirit's body, rushed up his sea of consciousness, and went down to abdomen. The fire spirit was sent flying. As he flew backward, there was an explosion in his body. The sound was like thunder. The fire spirit flew backward for hundreds of meters and fell straight to the ground. After falling to the ground, he did not get up again. A single attack killed the fire spirit. However, this attack was also Zi Chen's most powerful attack at the moment. This attack also consumed a lot of his yuan qi. Run! Tyrant Body and Jian Xian were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They did not dare to continue the battle and turned to run. The escaping Tyrant Body felt the top of his head turn dark, but there was a shadow of a rod smashing towards his head. The Devil Ape stopped the Tyrant Body, and Zi Chen chased after Jian Xian. In front of the world's fastest speed, even if Jian Xian displayed the union of man and sword, he still could not be faster than Zi Chen. In an instant, Zi Chen caught up with Jian Xian and bombarded him with powerful attacks. Under the full attack, Jian Xian was killed by Zi Chen with 2 punches. He died in the same way as the fire spirit. After that, Zi Chen returned and killed the Tyrant Body in a powerful manner. The 3 great spiritual bodies were killed by Zi Chen just like that. The heavenly martial artists brought by the Tyrant Body and the fire spirit were also killed by Zi Chen. The assassins in the dark were caught up by the Devil Ape and killed one by one. This time, the people from the big forces were completely wiped out. In the distance, there were still some cultivators who were running away in a panic. When they saw that the Devil Ape did not catch up with them, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. At this moment, Zi Chen was standing in the air. His majestic figure was like a divine demon. Even the invincible spiritual bodies were killed by him. Who else in the world could kill him? Looking at Zi Chen, the word invincible came to everyone's mind. This was invincible, the real invincible. Zi Chen was in high spirits. He was like a god of war in golden armor. He stood in the air and wantonly endured the shocked gazes of others. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly trembled, and a lot of rule power suddenly appeared in this area. Chapter 966. Zi Chen's battle prowess was shocking. He had killed 4 spiritual bodies. His battle record was enough to shake the world. However, Zi Chen had also paid a huge price, even though the price was insignificant compared to the life of the spirit bodies. Suddenly, the power of laws surged in the sky. This power of laws appeared without warning and dissipated in all directions. Zi Chen fell from the sky. During this period, the power of laws was like a sharp blade that sliced towards Zi Chen's body. This was a mutation that happened without warning. Zi Chen didn't have time to react before his body suffered a fatal injury. His powerful perfect body was instantly sliced into countless pieces. It was as though he had been dismembered as he turned into fragments that fell from the sky. However, at that moment, flames burned from Zi Chen's body. This was the flame of life of a perfect body. The flame of life also contained laws, and it was an even more domineering life law. This law completely enveloped Zi Chen, blocking the power of laws that appeared out of thin air. Then, the flames burned and rich vitality began to surge into Zi Chen's body, restoring his body. Zi Chen's body was sliced into many pieces and was completely crippled. However, the flame of life forcefully connected these fragments and used its pure vitality to help him recover. When Zi Chen landed on the ground from the sky, the flame of life on his body was already burning fiercely. He looked like a flaming man. Apart from Zi Chen, the others in the distance were naturally affected. The power of laws enveloped a radius of several miles, causing this area to immediately become a world of laws. Any cultivator who was in the world of laws was sliced apart by the power of laws. Even Zi Chen's perfect body couldn't withstand the cutting of laws, let alone them. In the blink of an eye, this place became a desolate region. There were no longer any living cultivators. The power of laws continued to distort crazily and more. In the end, only rich laws were left. Boom! A tremor suddenly came from the sky as though something was hitting the spatial barrier. This tremor caused the ground to tremble. After the rumble, the surging power of law disappeared and the area became quiet again. However, there were many cultivators here, but none of them were alive. The flames of life around Zi Chen were still burning. After reviving from the ashes several times, Zi Chen didn't dare to say that he had gained experience, but he was no longer unconscious. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, looking at the disappearance of the power of laws in the sky. His spiritual sense was filled with anxiety and madness. The devil ape. He was worried about the devil ape because the power of the rules was too terrifying. Once the devil ape came into contact with it, it would be sliced apart without any suspense. However, his body was still connected and recovering, unable to move. His spiritual senses were also in the flame of life, unable to reach out. Zi Chen had initially guessed that it was the Hu family that had arrived. However, he quickly dismissed this guess. After all, even an earthly Yuan stage practitioner would not be able to control the power of the heavenly laws. The power of laws in the sky disappeared, but an extremely oppressive aura appeared. This aura even passed through the flame of life, causing Zi Chen to be unable to breathe. Facing this oppressive aura, Zi Chen felt suffocated. It was as if the owner of this aura was as vast as a god. That's right, only a god could have such an aura. Zi Chen had never seen a god before, nor did he believe that there were gods in this world. However, after feeling this oppressive aura, the word God suddenly appeared in his mind. Fortunately, he had the flame of life. Although Zi Chen was frightened, he still had time to think. If he didn't have the flame of life, this oppressive aura would have instantly killed Zi Chen. In this world, only an illusory god could kill someone with just one's aura. A god did not appear. Instead, a colossus appeared. This colossus was made of silver light. It filled the entire world. The silver light was made of lightning. This colossus was formed by endless lightning. Zi Chen opened his eyes wide, looking at this colossus descending from the sky. Every time it got closer to him, the flame of life around Zi Chen would tremble. At the same time, Zi Chen's heart would beat violently. That vast divine aura was naturally stronger and more oppressive. In Zi Chen's sight, there was only this silver light left. As the silver light descended from the sky, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a towering palace. The palace was blurry, and no one could see through it. However, Zi Chen could clearly feel the surging lightning energy around it. Every single bolt of lightning energy could easily kill a mortal origin expert. Furthermore, Zi Chen was a lightning cultivator and a lightning martial artist. He originally played with lightning. However, he could still feel the threat of death from these lightning bolts. A palace emitting lightning bolts. The pressure it emitted was like the pressure of a god. It was simple, vast, and surging with divine aura. Facing this pressure, Zi Chen's sea of consciousness revolved with difficulty. After a while, 3 words appeared in his mind. Lightning Divine Palace. According to the legends, the Lightning Divine Palace held the secret to becoming a god. The everlasting sect that had once dominated the southern region was destroyed because they attacked the Lightning Divine Palace. According to the legends, the Lightning Divine Palace appeared once every 10,000 years. It had already been 10,000 years since the everlasting sect disappeared. According to the legends, the lightning region of the barbarian lands was formed after a corner of the Lightning Divine Palace collapsed. Various legends of the Lightning Divine Hall appeared in Zi Chen's mind as his eyes widened to their limits. He wanted to see exactly what the legendary Lightning Divine Hall was like. However, it was a pity that the current him was unable to move. He could only see the bottom of the Lightning Divine Palace, and the endless lightning bolts wreaking havoc. The Lightning Divine Palace gradually enlarged in Zi Chen's eyes. Very quickly, Fear appeared on Zichen's face. Because the place where the lightning divine palace descended was actually above his head. He was afraid that the palace would fall and smash him to death. The current him was no longer thinking about whether the reappearance of the lightning divine palace would bring about the destruction of another great power. Instead, he was worried about whether he would die. Earlier, the flames of life had saved his life. Now that the lightning divine palace had descended, the flames of life were clearly much weaker, becoming extremely unstable. Even the recovery of Zichen's injuries had slowed down by a lot. Fortunately, this worry did not come to fruition. The lightning divine palace did not land on the ground. After it appeared in the sky, it trembled for a moment. This tremor tore apart the space in front of it, and a huge hole appeared in the sky. This hole seemed to be several li wide, and in the next moment, the lightning divine palace rushed into the hole. The reappearance of the lightning divine palace caused an indescribable tremor. This tremor could not be sensed by human origin realm experts, and could only be sensed by Earth origin realm experts. In their senses, it was as if an extremely vast aura had descended. This aura caused their souls to tremble. Lightning divine palace, this is the aura of the lightning divine palace. 10,000 years have passed, and the lightning divine palace has appeared once again. The demon race has invaded, and the lightning divine palace has appeared once again. Could this be an indication of the impending calamity of the human race? Various sighs could be heard from every corner of the eastern continent. After the disappearance of the lightning divine palace, the flames of life were no longer suppressed, and Zichen's injuries quickly recovered. After recovering, Zichen hurriedly jumped up and shouted loudly, "Demonic ape! Demonic ape!" Zichen rose into the sky and looked down. What he saw were pieces of dissected and incomplete corpses. There was no longer any aura of a living person here. Zichen flew in all directions as if he had gone mad, trying to find the demonic ape. However, he found nothing. Zichen's heart was ice cold, as if his heart was being grabbed by someone. The oppressive aura caused him to be unable to breathe. Even though the lightning divine palace had clearly disappeared, Zichen still had a suffocating feeling. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, and his heart was filled with fear. He was afraid that something would happen to the demonic ape. He was so afraid that he did not even dare to think about it. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. This sound came from deep within the valley. Zichen raised his head blankly, and saw the demonic ape carrying a black rod, rushing towards the sky. Demonic ape! Zichen blinked his eyes. His eyes once again lit up, and his face was filled with disbelief. Zichen! Holding the black rod, the demonic ape flew towards Zichen with extreme speed. His face was still filled with fear, excitement, and astonishment. "You're fine. This is really great." When the power of laws appeared, the first to suffer was Zichen. When the demonic ape saw Zichen's body being dissected, he thought that Zichen was dead. Now that he saw that Zichen was still alive, he was extremely excited. "You're still alive. You're really still alive." Zichen looked at the demonic ape with an excited expression. The two of them were very excited. Then, they hugged each other vigorously, and their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. It turned out that when he saw Zichen being dissected, the demonic ape was immediately stunned, and his mind went blank. However, at this moment, a black energy suddenly rushed out from the black rod. This black energy was an energy that the demonic ape had never seen before, and it blocked the power of laws for him. The demonic ape reacted very quickly, and immediately rushed towards the deep valley below. The power of laws was wreaking havoc above, but it did not extend to the bottom. Because of this, the demonic ape managed to keep his life. "Just now, I felt an extremely oppressive aura, and I also felt the black rod tremble." "Just what happened?" asked the demonic ape. "We'll talk about that later. Let's leave first," said Zichen. "Wait a moment." The demonic ape turned into a streak of light, and a moment later, he had many spirit rings in his hand. He raised them and smiled. "These are resources. We can't waste them." Then, the two of them returned. On the way back, the demonic ape took out 3 mortal origin fruits and gave them to Zichen. The mortal origin fruits were green, and they looked like emeralds. Each one was the size of a walnut, and they occasionally flashed across the surface of the fruit. 3 mortal origin fruits. I could have given one to Zhongfeng. What a pity. Zichen sighed. Zhongfeng was also dead. Only the 2 of them were still alive. Zichen took out a mortal origin fruit and gave it to the demonic ape. Wait until we have time to refine it. The demonic ape was also at the peak realm, and he also needed the mortal origin fruit to break through. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite with Zichen. After receiving the mortal origin fruit, the 2 of them sped up. Zichen wanted to return to Zhong village. 100 miles was nothing to him. However, before they even reached Zhong village, Zichen smelled a thick scent of blood. His expression changed instantly, and he sped up again with the demonic ape. When the 2 of them arrived above Zhong village, all they saw were lifeless corpses. Chapter 967. The whole Zhong village was dead silent. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air. Other than the corpses, there were no other living people. Looking at the corpses and the villagers' unwillingness and despair, Zichen and the devil ape's faces turned pale. This was not done by beasts, but by cultivators. Cultivators massacred the entire village. To be able to appear here, the cultivators were naturally powerful. Most of them were in the inner core realm, or even the great circle of the inner core realm. However, such powerful cultivators disregarded their status and slaughtered ordinary people. Zichen's heart was burning with anger. Cultivators often said that ordinary people were ants. They were high above. When they saw the ants under their feet, they would let them go if they were in a good mood. If they were in a bad mood, they would kill a large group of them with a single kick. However, ordinary people were humans, not ants. They were the same as cultivators. The only difference was that they had no power. Where's Bing? The devil ape's words woke up Zichen from his anger. He spread out his spiritual thoughts and checked all the corpses. He did not find Bing, old Zhong, or little Baihu. They should be fine. Let's go and have a look. Before Zichen left, he gave Bing a jade pendant that could save her life at a critical moment. At this moment, he had already sensed the aura left behind by the jade pendant. Bing used the jade pendant to help Grandpa and Little White escape. Those people were like crazy. They killed as soon as they arrived. They didn't even say a word. Those people's cruelty made Bing's heart tremble. She was furious. But what she couldn't understand was why Grandpa would take the initiative to attack. Old Zhong, who had taken the initiative to step forward, was injured. In Bing's eyes, Grandpa's actions were akin to sending himself to his death. However, it was precisely because he had been the first to question the other party that the other party had mocked him and disdained him. As a result, the other party had failed to kill him in one strike. Grandpa, hang in there. Zichen will be back soon. He must have a way to save you. Bing, who was already in the carnate stage, carried old Zhong and escaped quickly. She activated the jade pendant. She did not know where the jade pendant had taken her. In short, she was afraid. After the jade pendant stopped, she continued to escape. Little Baihu followed beside her. Old Zhong was coughing up blood. His face was pale and devoid of color. However, he looked very peaceful. He did not fear death. The attack just now had completely damaged his heart and lungs. As a mortal, this was a fatal injury. Suddenly, Old Man Zhong started coughing violently. Every time he coughed, a large amount of blood gushed out from his mouth. Bing was so scared that she quickly put Old Man Zhong down and let him lean against a big tree. During this time, her hand never left Old Man Zhong's chest. One stream of gentle natural energy after another suppressed Old Zhong's injuries. Grandpa, wait a moment, I'll find you the pill. Bing's face was also pale, her voice trembling, and she actually forgot how to open the spirit ring. After coughing violently, Old Zhong's face became ruddy, and his injuries seemed to be much better. He waved his hand slowly and said, "No need. I can't take it anymore." "No, Grandpa, you won't die, you definitely won't die." Bing cried out loudly, her voice extremely mournful. "Everyone will die, including Grandpa." Old Zhong's voice suddenly became nimble as he asked, How's Zhong village? Bing cried and shook her head. I don't know, but they are so bad. Zhong village should be gone. Sigh. Old Zhong sighed. I can't take care of you anymore. From now on, follow Zichen and be obedient. Don't be willful. Bing kept shaking her head, her tears could not stop. Old Zhong slowly raised his hand, but it was obvious that he did not have enough strength. His hand was trembling. Bing grabbed old Zhong's hand and placed it on her face. Old Zhong smiled. Grandpa is already very satisfied to be able to see you grow up into an adult. Grandpa can die without regrets if he sees you become a cultivator who can fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Grandpa will die with a smile on his face if he sees you meet your sweetheart and be together with her. Old Zhong's face had a satisfied and happy smile. He seemed to want to say something, but his mouth moved, and no sound came out. His ruddy face immediately turned pale. After he took a deep breath, the light in his eyes dissipated. Grandpa. Bing mournful voice came out from heaven and earth. She hugged old Zhong and cried. Little Baihu beside her was also crying. Old Zhong was dead, but he still had a smile on his face. It was a happy smile. Zichen and the devil ape heard Bing mournful cry from a distance. The two of them quickly rushed over and saw old Zhong leaning against a tree. He was no longer breathing. The two of them landed and looked at old Zhong, then at Bing. Zichen looked at old Zhong's expression, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He then bowed deeply to old Zhong. When Zichen got up, he was filled with admiration and emotion. This was old Zhong's flesh and blood. Old Zhong had done far too much for Bing. Zichen pulled Bing up and said to the devil ape, deal with old Zhong's corpse. The devil ape nodded. Zichen pulled Bing over. Come with me to get revenge. Revenge wasn't just for old Zhong, but also for the villagers. This kind of cruel slaughter had to be paid with blood. A group of people from the Martial Heaven Alliance were rapidly fleeing. They had come from the outer regions, and wherever they went, everything was annihilated. This was what the spirit bodies had told them to do. It really is regretful to let that girl get away, said a late primal core expert. Just what was that pressure? It was so terrifying. Could it be a peerless calamity has appeared? Asked another. They had been continuing their slaughter when they sensed an unimaginable pressure. Only then did they stop and hastily retreat. They even gave up on chasing Zhong Yubing. Who knows? But it should be a terrifying existence. It's useless for us to go. Did the spirit bodies obtain the mortal yuan fruit? This was a group of over 20 primal core experts. There were celestials as well as ordinary cultivators. They were all from the Martial Heaven Alliance. They had just slaughtered a village of over 1,000 people, but they didn't feel any guilt. It was like they hadn't killed people but ants. Their only regret was that they had let one person escape. Just as they were chatting, they sensed an aura coming from behind them. The group of people turned around and looked ahead. They saw the little girl who had escaped before, but at this moment, she was being carried by a young man in the air. The two of them were very fast, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zichen stopped and looked at the group of celestials. He asked, Bing, is it them? It's them. It's him. He's the one who killed Grandpa. Bing pointed at one of the celestials, her emotions stirred. That celestial laughed sinisterly at Bing. I thought it was a pity that you had run away. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Good, very good. Just as they were speaking, a group of people began to approach Zichen and Bing. Their eyes were filled with ill intent, and killing intent surged out of them. Zichen glanced at them and took a step forward. He icily said, You killed the innocent. You deserve to die. Haha, you'll have to. One of the celestials laughed sinisterly. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the youth in front of him release light. 2 rays of light shot out, one from the left and one from the right. Those 2 rays of light transformed into 2 silhouettes, one from the right and one from the left. One of them was surrounded by golden light. He charged at one of the celestials. You want to use a clone to kill me? You're courting death. The sky-level warrior was full of confidence. With a loud shout, a pill weapon appeared in his hand. He waved the pill weapon and attacked the golden light clone. The golden clone pointed a finger. Golden energy shot out of his finger and touched the pill weapon. The pill weapon was instantly broken. The celestial cultivator had thought the pill weapon contained a terrifying amount of energy, but it didn't even cause a ripple before it dissipated. That scene made the celestial cultivator's expression change drastically. Terror filled his eyes. He quickly retreated. But that wasn't the end of it. The golden energy continued forward and landed on his body. As the golden light surged, the celestial cultivator's vitality disappeared. His eyes lost focus and his body fell down. On one side, the golden clone had killed a celestial cultivator. On the other side, the silver clone had already killed 3 ordinary primordial core cultivators. They were all killed in one blow. During this time, Zichen and Binger looked coldly at the blue-armored celestial cultivator in front of them. He was the one who'd killed old Zhong. At first, he had a smug expression on his face, and there was a cruel grin on his face, just like when he was slaughtering the villagers. The appearance of the 2 doppelgangers from Zichen surprised him, but he didn't think much of it. Because he had many subordinates, he had more people than the doppelganger. When the silver doppelganger killed several people in an instant, and it was a one-hit kill, his expression changed. When the golden doppelganger killed a sky-level warrior who was not weaker than him, his expression changed greatly. How is this possible? He was clearly shocked. His heart was filled with terror. Popping sounds kept coming out. Soon, there were dozens of popping sounds. Each popping sound represented the death of a primordial core cultivator. This kind of slaughter speed was even faster than when they had slaughtered the mortal villagers. When they had been slaughtering mortals, they had been smiling sinisterly. But now, their expressions were extremely calm. It was like they were slaughtering cats and dogs. Run. The celestial cultivator's fear reached its limit. Finally, before the last person fell, he thought of running. However, as soon as he turned around, he felt a powerful force on his chest. Someone had kicked him. It was that youth. Just now, he had been in the distance, but now he was right in front of him. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me," begged the celestial cultivator. Zichen looked at him. "When you were slaughtering the villagers, did you also encounter villagers begging for mercy? Did you let them go?" The celestial cultivator's expression changed once more. "You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance. If you kill me, you'll offend the Martial Heaven Alliance. At that time, there won't be a place for you in the entire eastern region." Zichen laughed out loud when he heard this. "I even dared to kill a spirit body. I've killed at least 50 Xiantian martial artists, if not 100. Do you think I'll care about a Hutian martial artist like you who is inferior to an ant?" Chapter 968. After the Heaven Realm expert was killed by Zichen, he brought Binger back to the village. The devil ape set up a grave for old Zhong. Zichen bowed 3 times to old Zhong's grave. Binger knelt on the grave and cried until she fainted. After that, Zichen carried Binger back to Zhong village. The corpses of the villagers were still there, but very few of them were complete. Because the nearby wild beasts had also been killed, no wild beasts came to eat them. Zichen set a fire here, and the flames swallowed the entire Zhong village. A moment later, Zhong village was reduced to ashes. With old Zhong dead and Zhong village gone, Zichen could only bring Binger along. In this kind of situation, he had no choice but to bring Binger along. "Let's leave this place first." Zichen had killed the 4 spiritual bodies here, as well as the cultivators from the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Tyrant race. Adding on the fact that the Lightning Divine Hall had appeared here, it was likely that many experts would come here very soon. Perhaps even Earth origin experts would come. This was no longer a good place to stay, so they had to leave as soon as possible. Zichen carried Binger, and the devil ape followed. The 3 of them left this place. Not long after the 3 of them left, the cultivators who had been guarding the outer perimeter came to investigate. When they arrived at the valley where the mortal origin fruit had grown, they saw many incomplete corpses. There were even spiritual bodies among them. Since the spiritual bodies were dead, the others weren't alive either. This caused their expressions to change, and they hurriedly sent a message back. Not long after, several experts arrived. They were from the Hua family's origin realm. After they arrived, they carefully examined this place. The results caused their expressions to completely change. That was because they could see that these people, including the spiritual bodies, seemed to have been cut by many sharp blades. In other words, these people had been cut to death by many sharp blades. Who has such power to send out so many sharp blades at once? Furthermore, they were able to kill the 4 spiritual bodies, said one of the mortal origin realm experts in shock. Another person shook his head. I'm not sure, but with such power, the other party is clearly not weaker than the Earth origin realm. Earth origin realm? What kind of expert is the Earth origin realm? Why would they come here and attack the spiritual bodies? The few human origin stage cultivators couldn't come to a conclusion. All of a sudden, they sensed a terrifying chi right next to them. Their expressions changed drastically. The moment they turned around, they saw a young man beside them. At this moment, the young man was currently inspecting the battlefield. At the same time, his gaze looked towards the sky, where the lightning divine hall had appeared. Senior Chen. The human origin stage cultivators all sensed a vast and terrifying aura from the young man. They were shocked and hurried to salute him. The young man waved his hand and said, "There's nothing for you to do here, you can leave." The few of them didn't dare to say anything else. They bowed once more and left. The young man's gaze swept the surroundings before finally landing on the spot where the lightning divine hall had disappeared. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as he said, 10,000 years have passed, and the lightning divine hall has reappeared. This is a chance to become a god. As he muttered, the young man's figure flashed and completely disappeared. As for the few dead spirits, he did not suspect anything. The appearance of the lightning divine temple had produced a power that no human could withstand. Although the spiritual bodies were special, they were still within the range of humans. Therefore, the deaths of these people were all too normal. He would only find it strange if they didn't die. After the young man left, a few rays of light descended in succession. After they investigated the lightning divine hall's whereabouts, they left and did not investigate the deaths of the spiritual bodies. Red Fruit Town was a remote town in the eastern region. The town occupied an area of several dozen miles, and was like a small city. The town was jointly controlled by 3 powers, and the strongest person in the town was only at the flight realm. On this day, 2 youngsters came to the town. They were a man and a woman. The man wore black clothes and looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He had a handsome appearance. The woman wore white clothes and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She was cute and beautiful. The 2 of them arrived at Red Fruit Town and looked around. The man's expression was calm, while the woman was looking around curiously, as though it was her first time going out. Such a perfect match was naturally enough to attract people. The 2 of them entered the town and walked around for an entire day. On this day, the woman seemed to have tasted all the delicacies in the town. At night, the 2 of them stayed in the town. However, the 2 of them asked for 2 rooms, so they were obviously not a real couple. On the second day, the 2 of them continued to walk around the town. 4-5 days in a row, almost everyone in the town knew about this handsome couple. These youngsters were Zi Chen and Bing Er. Zi Chen's original intention was to find a secret place to refine the mortal origin fruit and break through. However, after considering Bing Er's young age and the boredom of staying alone in the mountains, he found a small town to settle down in. As he was not sure how long it would take for him to break through, Zi Chen bought a house in the town at a high price on the 6th day. Bing Er, bring little fox out to play tomorrow. In the room, Zi Chen said. Okay, I'll go out by myself tomorrow. Bing Er nodded. It had already been a month since old Zhong's death. Bing Er had also walked out of her sorrowful mood, and she had become much more cheerful. Take these origin stones. Remember, if you feel any danger, send me a sound transmission. As he spoke, Zi Chen fiddled with a jade carving on Bing Er's neck. This was specially made by Zi Chen for Bing Er. As long as she spoke to the jade carving with her mind, she would be able to hear it. Got it. I'm already a true energy boundary expert. No one dares to provoke me. Bing smiled. During this month, Chen helped Bing increase her strength several times. At the same time, he used resources to change her aptitude and cleanse her marrow. Originally, Bing aptitude was very poor. However, Chen stubbornly used a lot of resources and his own perfect yuan power to change her aptitude. Now, Bing aptitude was very high. On the 7th day, Bing didn't bring Chen with her when she went out. Instead, she brought along an intelligent white fox. A young and beautiful girl bringing along a white fox naturally attracted a lot of attention, and many people turned their heads to look at them. In the room, Chen took out the mortal origin fruit. It flashed with a green light, and the power of law flashed on it from time to time. The demon ape had already swallowed the mortal origin fruit and was in a deep sleep. It seemed that it could only refine things quickly when it was in a deep sleep. Chen took out the mortal origin fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. After the mortal origin fruit entered his stomach, it turned into a pure liquid. This liquid emitted a green light and contained the power of law. Although the mortal origin realm was still within the range of humans, it was already the pinnacle of the human realm. This kind of existence could touch upon the power of law. The reason why the mortal origin fruit could help people break through to the next realm was because of the power of law it contained. Chen felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in his stomach. This fire was roasting and refining this ball of power of law. For Chen, this was destined to be a long journey of refinement. This was because before the mortal origin fruit was completely refined, Chen needed to perfect his strength, yuan power, and spiritual sense. Then, he would absorb the power of law to evolve and reach the mortal origin realm. Just as Chen was refining the mortal origin fruit, the other forces finally found out about Chen's location through certain channels. The Bedlam lands, such a trashy place, actually produced such a unique existence. Although they were extremely disdainful of the Bedlam lands, after finding out about Chen's location, a group of experts from various forces headed towards the Bedlam lands. This time, the leaders were 2 mid-stage mortal origin realm experts. Back on the ancient road, due to the suppression of the power of law, those who appeared were all early-stage mortal origin realm experts. But in the outside world, there was no need to suppress one's realm, so the various forces naturally sent out stronger people. However, they didn't have any hope of finding Chen's group in the Bedlam lands because they had received reliable news that Chen was dead. Now, many people were searching for Chen's body in the western region. After entering the transportation array, they finally arrived at the Bedlam lands. The first to arrive was the Jinn family. After asking a person, they went straight to the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the outer region. On this day, many cultivators saw cultivators flying over their heads in the heavenly barbarian pavilion's market. Seeing these cultivators, their faces instantly changed. Who are these people? How dare they? Don't they know that the market is forbidden to fly? These people were very fast, flying over the market. By the time the Dan Yuan guarding the market reacted and intercepted them, the group of 8 had already disappeared. The 8 of them appeared in the sky above the heavenly barbarian pavilion, their bodies surging with extremely powerful auras. The 8 of them naturally didn't care about a sect founded by a mere Dan Yuan. But when they arrived and saw the sect protecting formation, their faces were filled with shock, and at the same time, they became more serious. Their formation skills aren't weak, and this sect protecting formation is extraordinary, a mortal origin realm expert said. It is indeed extraordinary, but it's effective against early-stage mortal origin realm experts. It's ineffective against mid-stage mortal origin realm experts, the middle-aged leader said coldly. Who are you? Why have you come to the heavenly barbarian pavilion? At this moment, a cold voice came from below. Ask Chen to come out, or we'll slaughter the entire sect, a mortal origin realm expert said coldly. Pavilion Master Chen isn't here. You can go back. The voice from below was even more direct. What an arrogant fellow. The middle-aged leader laughed coldly, then his body swayed and entered the sect-protecting formation. He left, but his voice echoed, after I break the formation, you guys go in and kill everyone. Don't leave anyone alive. The others nodded in agreement, a cold light flashing in their eyes. The formation below was activated, and clanging sounds could be heard continuously. Occasionally, the shouts of mid-stage mortal origin realm experts could be heard. Energy surged violently, and the entire formation was activated. The light of the formation was distorted. The few mortal origin realm experts above were laughing coldly. They were extremely confident in their companions. However, after the fifth shout, the voice changed. It became anxious and hoarse. But after the sixth shout, it turned into a blood-curdling scream. It was unusually mournful. Following an even louder clanging sound, the seventh scream stopped abruptly. When the scream disappeared, so did the clanging sound. The distorted formation returned to normal. Everything was normal, as if nothing had happened. But where were the people? The other mortal origin realm experts looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. At this moment, they felt a sudden darkness above their heads, as if a black cloud had covered them. When they raised their heads and saw the black shadow, their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 969. The black shadow was a humongous creature. Just its head alone was as big as a house. After its true form was revealed, it was several miles long and covered the sky. It was a giant tortoise, but not an ordinary one. It was a black tortoise. Its back was full of sharp barbs, like swords that held up the sky, flashing with cold light. A violent aura gushed out from the black tortoise, sweeping down like a tidal wave. There were 7 mortal origin cultivators below, and one of them was in the middle stage. However, when they saw the black tortoise, their expressions changed and they were shocked. Boom! The black tortoise appeared from the void with a surge of magical power. Its humongous body pressed down with a terrifying pressure. Why is there such a strong cultivator here? The mortal origin cultivators were shocked and frightened. Then, their bodies glowed as they displayed their strongest techniques. The black tortoise landed on the ground, its chi was like a flood. It was going to use its huge body to crush these human origin stage warriors. The void couldn't withstand the black tortoise's pressure and aura. It exploded with a boom and turned into a terrifying black hole. Inside the black hole, the 7 mortal origin cultivators were struggling bitterly. At first, the 7 of them were shocked, but they still wanted to fight. However, after seeing the black tortoise's power, they lost their will to fight. At that moment, a sharp voice sounded in everyone's mind. The voice shook their souls, causing them to stop thinking for a moment. At that moment, the black tortoise moved. It was like a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the few human origin stage cultivators. Right in front of everyone's eyes, it was as if the void had been torn apart again, and a huge black hole was coming towards them. 7 human origin realm warriors, including 1 mid-human origin realm warrior, were instantly swallowed by the black hole before they could even react. The turbulent void returned to normal and the space closed again. The giant black tortoise and the 7 mortal origin cultivators disappeared. The heavenly barbarian pavilion returned to normal, as if everything that happened was just an illusion. In a remote town in the eastern region, Zi Chen was refining the mortal origin fruit. The fruit contained some power of law. It would take a long time for him to refine it and break through to the next stage. Bing did not put much effort into her cultivation, and spent most of her time outside. Although the town was not big, it had everything. A month later, almost everyone in the small town knew that there was a beautiful girl with a small white fox. Because Zi Chen was always in seclusion, almost everyone forgot about his existence. On this day, Bing went out as usual and went straight to the largest pill store in the town. Arriving at the entrance, Bing saw a beautiful woman waiting there. When the woman saw Bing, her face immediately lit up with joy. "Sister Bing, come over quickly." The woman beckoned Bing over. "Sister Mai." Bing quickly ran over with Little White following behind her. The Sister Mai that Bing was talking about was called Wu Mai. She was the daughter of the Wu family, the most powerful family in the town. In the entire Red Fruit town, the Wu family, which had risen up 100 years ago, was definitely the most powerful family. They had been suppressing the 2 big families for hundreds of years, and they had absolute power in the town. Wu Mai's status in the town was naturally princess level. The two of them met by chance and became good friends. The word friend was very unfamiliar to Bing Er. Back in Zhong village, she did not have any friends. Zhong Xiaofei could be considered one, but his actions had made Bing Er completely disappointed. Since Wu Mai was from a small town, she naturally knew more than Bing Er and was more knowledgeable. As the two of them chatted, Bing Er was deeply impressed by Wu Mai's knowledge and was amused every time. In Bing Er's heart, Wu Mai was the closest person to her other than Zi Chen. Let's go, I've received news that this pill store has a batch of beauty pills. Wu Mai pulled Bing Er into the pill store. In the pill store, the service staff was extremely enthusiastic. Bing Er did not lack cultivation pills, and the quality of the pills she took out were frighteningly high. What she cared about was the beauty pills. Zi Chen would not give her that, and Zi Chen did not have them. Everyone had a heart for beauty, and naturally that included Bing Er. Listening to Wu Mai's nagging all day long, Bing Er had long since been moved. Miss Bing Er, this is the beauty pills. There are 10 pills in a bottle, and each pill costs 100 high-grade primal stones. The service staff explained. 100 high-grade primal stones. Bing Er, who did not know much about primal stones, could not help but be shocked by such a high price. That's too expensive. Wu Mai frowned, clearly displeased. The service staff hurriedly explained, this is purchased from Stone Dragon City, which is thousands of miles away. Not to mention the long journey, this is a real beauty pill, which can keep the skin from changing. If you take it often, it will have the effect of preserving your appearance. This. Wu Mai was speechless, and turned to look at Bing Er. Sister Bing Er, this thing is up to you. If it is too expensive, then forget it. One pill costs 100 high-grade primal stones, one bottle costs 1,000. It's almost equal to my monthly allowance. While speaking, Wu Mai still reluctantly looked at the jade bottle containing the beauty pills. Bing Er was inexperienced. If Zi Chen was here, he would naturally be able to find the loophole in the service staff's words. Wu Mai was only at the true energy realm. When Zi Chen was at the true energy realm, he only used low-grade primal stones. When he reached the flying realm, he exchanged them for high-grade primal stones in the Bedlam lands. However, high-grade primal stones were extremely precious. A mere true energy realm, even if she was the princess of a small town, would definitely not be able to spend 1,000 high-grade primal stones as pocket money. Moreover, in such a small town, one had to be able to spend 1,000 high-grade primal stones as pocket money. All right then, I want 2 bottles. Seeing Wu Mai's expression, Bing Er said without hesitation. 2 bottles of beauty pills, 2,000 high-grade primal stones in total. The service staff's face clearly showed a touch of joy. After receiving the bottles, Bing Er took out the primal stones from the spirit ring. Zi Chen was afraid that she would be wronged, so he gave her enough primal stones. However, because Bing Er had never come into contact with primal stones, and she had countless primal stones on her, she did not have a deep understanding of primal stones. In her heart, the most important things were gold and silver. If Zi Chen had told her that 1 high-grade primal stone could be exchanged for thousands of gold taels, and 2,000 high-grade primal stones could be exchanged for a mountain of gold, she would definitely not be so extravagant. Sister Mai, here is one for you. Out of the 2 bottles of beauty pills, Bing Er gave 1 bottle to Wu Mai. The latter repeatedly refused, but could not resist Bing Er's stubbornness and could only accept it. Thank you so much, Sister Bing Er. Let's go eat, Sister will treat. Wu Mai said happily. All right, today I will take advantage of Sister. Bing Er laughed. After coming out, Wu Mai said, Bing Er, you go wait there first, I will be back soon. Bing Er nodded, and left happily with Little White. Watching Bing Er's figure disappear, Wu Mai turned back to the elixir store. She threw the beauty pills that Bing Er bought at a high price to the salesperson and said, I will sell it to her next time. The salesperson took the pills, and then took out the 2,000 high-grade primal stones from before and returned them to Wu Mai. Wu Mai took the primal stones, and snorted, what an inexperienced girl. I wonder where she came from, and she has no idea what primal stones are. At this moment, a voice sounded, Sister, you are rich this time. A young man walked out from the backstage with a smile on his face. Wu Yu, it's you. Why are you here? Wu Mai was surprised. I am here to see my future wife. Wu Yu smiled. Future wife. When Wu Mai heard this, her face immediately changed. You are crazy, don't have any ideas about Bing Er. She may be from a big family. If you have any ideas about her, be careful not to ruin your whole family. She had known Bing Er for more than half a month, and every time she asked where Bing Er came from, Bing Er would be vague or change the topic. Although the two of them talked about everything, Bing Er never talked about her background. She had countless primal stones on her, but she had no experience. She had reached the true energy boundary at such a young age, and she knew nothing about cultivation. If such a person said that she was not from a big family, no one would believe it. Sister, what are you talking about? I am here to find a wife. How can I use underhanded means? A mysterious smile appeared on Wu Yu's face as he said, I heard that you can make her happy for half a day just by casually telling her a couple of interesting stories. Do you think that your younger brother, who has been through thousands of flowers, can't subdue a little girl who has never seen the world? Think about it, if I successfully get her, even her body will be mine. Naturally, all the primordial stones on her body will be mine. That kind of efficiency, isn't it better than scamming thousands and thousands of primordial stones? Wu Mai hesitated. Although 2,000 high-grade primal stones was not a small amount, it was obvious that Bing Er had more on her. Hey, sister, with my methods, if you help me again, I can guarantee that it will be done quickly. When the time comes, I will take care of all the primal stones you need for cultivation. Wu Mai was tempted. Okay, I will help you, but you have to remember, don't have any bad ideas. There is a mysterious young man beside Bing Er, and he has never appeared before. Wu Yu smiled and said, Sister, I have already asked around. When that little brat came, he stayed in a different room from Bing Er, so they are definitely not lovers. That little brat is very young, at most a few years older than Bing Er. Such a person should be the so-called bodyguard of a big family. He grew up with Bing Er, so even if his talent is higher, he has already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. We don't need to be afraid of such a person. Moreover, once Bing Er and I have sex, her family will not be able to pursue the matter, and at that time, our Wu family will really be able to make a comeback. Okay, I will help you with this matter, but I will say the same thing, don't force it. Otherwise, because of your stupid actions, you will implicate the whole family. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Even if I use force, I will definitely succeed. Wu Mai nodded and said, then you come with me. I am going to have a meal with Bing Er, and I will introduce you to her. Hehe, thank you, good sister. Wu Yu chuckled. When the two arrived at the restaurant, Bing Er had already been waiting for a long time. Wu Mai said, I am really sorry for making Bing Er wait for so long. I saw my brother on the road, so I brought him along. Bing Er, you don't mind, right? Bing Er smiled, I don't mind. Then let me introduce you. This is Bing Er, the new beauty of Red Fruit Town, and this is my brother Wu Yu. Chapter 970. Zi Chen, who was in seclusion, did not restrict Bing Er's freedom, nor did he urge her to cultivate. Everything was up to her. Bing Er left early and returned late every day with a happy expression on her face because she had made a lot of friends these days. These friends were all famous people in Red Fruit Town, and they were around the same age as Bing Er. Both sides had a common language, and during this time, Bing Er's generosity had left a deep impression on them. Last time, she had taken out a top-grade primordial stone because she had taken out a top-grade primordial stone by mistake. Top-grade primordial stone was a legendary existence, and they swore to the heavens that they had once thought that it was just a legend, and there was no such thing as a top-grade primordial stone at that time. But when they saw the primordial stone that Bing Er had taken out, they were almost 100% sure that it was a top-grade primordial stone. When Bing Er took out the top-grade primordial stone, she felt a strong yuan qi in it, and her face showed surprise. She felt that the primordial stone was not ordinary, but she took it back and said, "This is not a top-grade primordial stone, I must have given it to the wrong person." When the other youths heard this, they immediately stared. How could she give the wrong person a top-grade primordial stone? How many primordial stones did she have at home? Could it be that top-grade primordial stones and top-grade primordial stones were mixed together? They were all rich playboys in Red Fruit Town, but they could not be compared to Binger. With a bit of flattery and a bit of effort to befriend them, Binger got along very well with them, and she also experienced a happiness that Jong Kun had never experienced before. But during this time, they had invited Binger several times to go out and play at night, saying that the town's scenery at night was very beautiful, as if Red Fruit Town should only exist in the sky and not on Earth. Binger was determined not to go, even if she showed a strong curiosity. Binger, go and play, the town is more lively at night, you will definitely have a good time. Wu Yu invited her. Binger smiled and refused, no, I have to go back at night. When the others saw this, they did not insist and could only let Binger go. After Binger said goodbye to the others, she left with Little White, and the others urged Wu Yu to send her off. Yes, Wu Yu, quickly send her off, if you want to chase after our Binger, you need to have some courage. Wu Mai laughed, and the others urged her. Binger turned around and said, no need, I can go back by myself. Besides, it's not that far. I'm worried about letting you go back alone. Let me send you back, Wu Yu said with concern. Bing who was about to refuse, suddenly thought of something and nodded, all right, I'll just have to trouble you. Why are you being so polite with me? Wu Yu smiled. The two of them left, and Little White followed beside them. The others watched as the two of them disappeared, and their eyes were filled with envy. Sigh, he's too gullible. The other youngsters sighed in their hearts. The other youngsters were truly too naive. It wouldn't be long before Wu Yu deceived him. On the way back, Wu Yu chatted with Bing Wu Yu was humorous, making Bing giggle. Reaching the entrance, Bing looked at Wu Yu and said, Wu Yu, thank you. Wu Yu waved her hand and said, why are you being so polite with me? We're friends after all. Bing nodded. She turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and said, why don't you come in with me? Hearing this, Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, it's so late, it's just the two of us. It's not good. It's not just the two of us. There's someone else at home. Bing invited Wu Yu in. Hearing this, Wu Yu was a little disappointed. Just as Bing brought Wu Yu in, Zi Chen opened his eyes, got off the bed, and walked outside. Bing you're back. Zi Chen walked out of the room. Yes, I brought a friend. Bing nodded, and then stole a glance at Zi Chen. During this time, Zi Chen and Wu Yu looked at each other. Zi Chen smiled and said, come in and sit. Zi Chen's attitude made Wu Yu's expression subconsciously become arrogant, and at the same time, she puffed out her chest. The other party was a little handsome, which was out of Wu Yu's expectations. However, thinking that the other party was Bing personal guard, it was natural for him to be a little handsome. However, he was Bing friend, and the other party was just a guard. In comparison, Zi Chen was nothing in her eyes. His name is Wu Yu. Bing looked at Zi Chen and introduced. Zi Chen nodded again, his expression calm. Wu Yu sat down casually, and said to Zi Chen, come, pour me a cup of tea. Bing was about to pour the tea, but was stopped by Wu Yu. He pointed at Zi Chen and said, Bing sit, let him pour. Wu Yu acted like the male host, which made Bing steal a glance at Zi Chen again. Seeing that Zi Chen's expression was the same, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. A moment later, Zi Chen came out with a cup of tea, and handed it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu was dissatisfied immediately, you're such a rude guard, you only poured one cup. When Bing heard this, she covered her mouth and snickered, stealing another glance at Zi Chen. Zi Chen didn't get angry, but he didn't feel helpless either. He turned to pour the tea for Bing but Bing quickly said, no need, I'm not thirsty. Ari. Wu Yu sighed, and said, Bing you're too kind. Let me tell you, don't be so nice to your guards, or they'll take advantage of you and think that you're easy to bully. Just like my guards, they know what I'm going to do with just a glance. Bing face was filled with curiosity, and she deliberately leaned closer to Wu Yu, saying, really? Your guards are so obedient. As she said this, Bing unintentionally glanced at Zi Chen again. Of course. What is a guard? To put it nicely, you're a guard, but to put it bluntly, you're a servant. You're just a servant, so why are you acting all high and mighty? Do you really think that you're just a guard and don't care about anything else? Serving your master is the way of the king. As Wu Yu spoke, Bing-er listened with great interest, her eyes shining with admiration. You guys talk, I'll go in first. Zichen said. Wu Yu waved her hand, saying, Go on, go on. A guard doesn't even know his place. Zichen returned to his room and shook his head, saying, Childish. A moment later, Bing-er walked in and leaned against the door, looking at Zichen who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She asked, Wu Yu left. Why? Are you angry? Zichen opened his eyes, his expression calm, and asked, What's there to be angry about? I brought Wu Yu back. Bing-er said. He's your friend, so you can bring him back. But he's a man. Shouldn't you be angry that I brought a man back? Bing-er asked, her tone a little disappointed. He's the same as you, a child. Zichen said. No, we're not children anymore. We're adults, and we're adults who can give birth to children. Bing-er said loudly. When Zichen heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. However, he still made up his mind to keep Bing-er away from those scoundrels so that she wouldn't say anything else. Zichen was not angry, but Bing-er was. He said that you're a guard, and I'm the master. He also said that you can't even be a guard. Aren't you angry? Zichen opened his eyes again and adjusted his mood. He rubbed his nose and said, Isn't this good? No one will suspect our identity. No, it's not good at all. Bing-er found that she could not communicate with Zichen, so she left angrily. If she was ignorant about the matters between men and women before, then after staying here for more than 2 months and chatting with Wu Mai in private, she naturally knew some things between men and women. When Bing-er asked questions, Wu Mai would answer them, and Bing-er only asked about matters between men and women. Wu Mai guessed that Bing-er was interested in Wu Yu, so she told Bing-er that if they were interested, they would have to be together. Of course, this so-called together did not simply mean living together, but the union of their bodies and souls. Unfortunately, Bing-er only felt the former, and did not feel the union of her body and soul with Zichen. Today, Wu Yu wanted to send her back because she wanted to anger Zichen, but Zichen did not get angry, but she got angry herself. Childish. Zichen closed his eyes again and continued to refine the mortal origin fruit. Wu Yu went back proudly. Bing-er only introduced herself, and not the guard. In his eyes, it was disdain. His status in Bing-er's heart was noble, and naturally she did not want to know the name of a guard. Bing-er, you're mine. Wu Yu's face was full of confidence. After that, Wu Yu started to pursue Bing-er fiercely, but unfortunately, he was just a little bit away from success. During this period, he went to Bing-er's house several times to see Zichen, but he saw that Zichen was getting angrier and angrier. After a long time of not being able to take Bing-er down, Wu Yu's mood became irritable, and his violent temper rose again. I've already checked it out. It's just a guard, and his strength should not be at the flight realm. I think it won't be a problem to take Bing-er down. Wu Yu said. Wu Mai pondered for a moment, and said, Why don't you wait a little longer? Bing-er is just not enlightened. Wu Yu shook his head decisively. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to take her down, immediately. When the rice is cooked, I want to see if she's still innocent and enlightened. This is related to the future of our Wu family. You have to think carefully. If you fail, our Wu family will be doomed. Wu Mai reminded. But if we succeed, our Wu family will reach an unimaginable height. To be on the safe side, I will think of a way to ask the 2 elders of our family to be in charge of guarding. The elders are at the flight realm, so there shouldn't be a problem. But remember, after this, you must do a good job of comforting them. Don't worry, I have experience in this. The next day, Wu Yu asked Bing-er out again. Come, let's go to the restaurant first. My sister is waiting there. When the 2 arrived at the restaurant, they did not see Wu Mai. After asking the waiter, they learned that Wu Mai had booked a room to rest. Come, let's go find her. Wu Yu did not allow for an explanation, and led Bing-er straight to the room. Wu Yu was familiar with the place, and led Bing-er into a luxurious room. But the room was empty. Just as Bing-er was wondering why Wu Mai was not there, The door behind her closed automatically. And Wu Yu, who had a kind smile on his face, in the next moment, revealed a ferocious expression, and reached out his evil claws to pounce on Bing Er. Chapter 971. Wu Yu's face was ferocious and crazy as he pounced on Bing Er. Bing Er sensed something behind her and immediately turned around. Seeing Wu Yu's demonic claws, she panicked and asked, "Wu Yu, what are you doing?" "I want you." Wu Yu pounced on Bing Er. Bing Er's face changed, and she immediately took a few steps back. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked Wu Yu away. "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" Bing Er's face was cold. Wu Yu crawled up from the ground, and his face immediately changed. He exclaimed, You have reached the 5th sky of true essence. 3 months ago, Bing Er was only at the 2nd sky of true essence. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, her strength would rise to the 5th sky of true essence? And the worst part was that Bing Er did not cultivate much. "Move, I want to go out." Bing Er's face was covered with frost as she said coldly, "Mph, in your dreams. You are mine. Before I get you, you can't go anywhere." Wu Yu said ferociously. Bing Er had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, but unfortunately, she hoped to hear it from Zi Chen's mouth, and not Wu Yu's. Immediately, anger appeared on her face, and then disgust. Wu Yu pounced on Bing Er unwillingly. This time, his body flashed with light, and his aura surged. He was at the 3rd sky of true essence, 2 realms lower than Bing Er. Bing Er snorted and kicked Wu Yu again. Then, with a bang, Wu Yu was kicked away again. "I'm warning you, don't go too far, or I won't be polite to you." Bing Er's face was covered with frost. Obviously, she knew that she had been tricked by Wu Yu. Wu Yu pounced on Bing Er for the 3rd time, but the effect was not much different. Only this time, he was not sent flying, but retreated. Wu Yu knew true essence techniques. Although he was 2 realms lower than Bing Er, he should be able to gain the upper hand against Bing Er, who did not know any techniques. However, the purity of Bing Er's true essence was too high, and it directly made up for the flaw of not knowing any techniques. Wu Yu originally wanted to use violence against Bing Er, but after exchanging blows, he realized that he could not beat her. Looking at the ferocious Wu Yu, Bing Er's eyes were filled with disgust. At the same time, she was wondering why it wasn't Zi Chen. She didn't hold back anymore. She lifted her leg or struck out with her palm, using pure elemental energy. Amidst the sounds of peng peng, Wu Yu was quickly beaten into a pig's head. "Mph, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you." Wu Yu was beaten up so badly that he couldn't get up. Bing Er glanced at him and said coldly. When Wu Yu heard this, he felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. The forbearance that he had endured for the past few months had almost completely collapsed in front of Bing Er. The saddest thing was that he was the one who had attacked Bing Er, but he was the one who had been beaten. Bing Er left behind some harsh words as she walked towards the door and pulled it open. When the door opened, there was a middle-aged man standing at the door. He was tall and had a ferocious look on his face. Bing Er felt a dangerous aura from him, and immediately knew that she was no match for him. She subconsciously retreated, and at the same time, sent a message to the jade carving on her chest, asking for help. "Uncle Black, stop her. Don't let her escape." Wu Yu crawled up from the ground and said to the big man with a pig's head. This was the flight elementalist that he had invited behind his father's back. He was also his father's good brother. Originally, he was there to guard against Bing Er's guard, but he didn't expect that before the guard came, he would be beaten up by Bing Er first. "Step back. Don't force me to make a move." The big man opened his mouth, his voice cold. Bing Er retreated step by step until she was in front of Wu Yu. Then, with lightning speed, she grabbed Wu Yu's neck with her right hand and said coldly, "Let me go, or he'll die." The big man sneered and raised his hand to shoot out a ray of energy. This ray of energy hit Bing Er, and the latter didn't even have time to react before she was sent flying. Bing Er was sent flying, blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Wu Yu rushed forward again, but after a peng sound, he was sent flying again by Bing Er. With a pa-pa sound, many things in the room were smashed. Seeing that the girl who was hit by his attack was actually able to counterattack, a strange look flashed across the big man's eyes. He thought to himself that she was indeed from a great aristocratic family. She was indeed extraordinary. Wu Yu crawled up from the ground with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His expression became sinister and even crazier. "Uncle Black, seal her essence force for me." His bestial nature had been unleashed. The big man raised his hand and pointed out 2 fingers. 2 rays of energy shot out. The first ray of energy broke through Binga's defense and forced her to retreat, while the second ray of energy sealed her strength. Binga immediately became an ordinary person. Her face was filled with panic as she retreated in fear. "Haha, I said, you're mine." Wu Yu laughed loudly and pounced towards Binga. A cold smile flashed across the big man's face. He was about to close the door and leave, but just as his hand was placed on the door and before he could take a step, his body stopped, and a stunned expression appeared on his face. Wu Yu had already pounced onto Binga and was only inches away from Binga. However, his body seemed to be frozen in midair, and he was actually unable to take another step forward. Time in the room seemed to be frozen. When everyone felt that they could move again, Wu Yu pounced on nothing and fell down. There was another person in the room. It was a young man dressed in black and had a cold expression. How did you get in?" The big man looked at the young man in shock. One had to know that he had set up a restriction in this room. The restriction was still in place, but the young man had appeared in the restriction without making a sound. It's you." Compared to the big man's shock, Wu Yu's expression was much colder. He pointed at Zi Chen and said coldly, "Uncle Black, kill him." Pa Zi Chen sent Wu Yu flying with a slap. Of all things to learn at such a young age, why must you learn such despicable things? Zi Chen said coldly after sending Wu Yu flying with a slap. "Zi Chen." Binga rushed towards Zi Chen and threw herself into Zi Chen's arms. At this moment, her face was filled with fear and fear. Zi Chen patted Binga's head and said, "It's okay, I'm here." Wu Yu crawled up from the ground. During this time, he coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood and a few teeth. He was sent flying with a slap, but he did not feel frightened. Instead, the anger in his heart burned even more. He pointed at Zi Chen and said coldly, "Uncle Black, Uncle Wang, kill him." In an instant, another person appeared in the room. It was an old man with eyes like lightning. His body was surging with the aura of flight. When he saw Zi Chen, his expression changed greatly. Zi Chen had an extremely strong power hibernating in his body. Before this power was released, it had already suppressed them to the point that they could not breathe. The old man and the big man stood there, not daring to move. Their faces were filled with shock. Zi Chen sent another slap in the air. Wu Yu was sent flying again. Seeing that the 2 flight masters did not make a move, Wu Yu would be a fool if he still did not understand the situation. He already felt that something was wrong. He had underestimated this guard. His heart was filled with fear and he quickly begged for mercy. Obviously, this somewhat handsome guard was also ridiculously strong. Even the 2 flight masters did not dare to face him. During this time, Zi Chen sent out another 2 slaps, causing Wu Yu to roll on the ground and beg for mercy. "Senior, this is our fault. We have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us and let Wu Yu go." The 2 flight masters looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's face. They quickly begged for mercy. Zi Chen did not say anything. He continued to control the palm seals in the air. His face was expressionless. Zi Chen only stopped when Wu Yu was on the verge of death. After stopping, Zi Chen looked at the 2 coldly and said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Hang them on the city wall and display them for a month." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen waved his big sleeve forward. A hurricane appeared out of thin air in the room. After the hurricane appeared, it swept Wu Yu up. Then, it opened a big hole in the roof and flew out. The hurricane flew directly to the city wall outside the town. Then, the hurricane turned into an energy rope. The rope tightly bound Wu Yu and hung him on the wall. The sudden scene shocked the people in the city. They looked up at the person who was hung up. His face was swollen and could not be recognized from his appearance. However, cultivators did not necessarily have to look at a person's appearance. Immediately, Someone felt a familiar aura and shouted, "This is Wu Yu from the Wu family." Wu Yu from the Wu family. Could he be the son of the Wu family's head, Wu Zhen? Oh my god, who is so bold to beat Wu Yu up like this and hang him on the city wall? Those who saw Wu Yu, knew him, and knew his identity were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Wu Mai and some other young people were outside. They did not know what happened in the room. At this moment, they were waiting for Wu Yu's good news to spread. However, a moment later, they heard a sound and saw an energy hurricane appear. And inside the hurricane, there seemed to be a person. The few of them felt that something was wrong and immediately chased after the hurricane. Then, they saw Wu Yu at the city gate. The group of young people's faces changed immediately because they knew that Wu Yu was fully prepared for this day. He even invited 2 flight masters. But now, what was going on? The few of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. If this failed, the entire Wu family would be in trouble. Feeling that something was wrong, the group of people hurried to the restaurant. This restaurant was the property of the Wu family. It could be said that they were on the same side. When they arrived, they saw the restaurant shake and then completely collapse. And from the collapsed restaurant, 4 people walked out one after another. Among the 2 people in front was Bing and a young man in black. Behind the young man, there were 2 people. Their expressions were extremely respectful. They nodded and bowed, as if they wanted to kneel on the ground. When Wu Mai saw the attitude of her guards, her expression changed completely. Her eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, Bing seemed to have sensed something and looked over. She saw Wu Mai and the others beside her. In Bing's heart, these people were all friends. But now, when she saw them again, Bing's eyes were cold. Wu Mai's mouth squirmed. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. Chapter 972. Zi Chen left with Bing. The 2 of them looked at the two's back, their faces full of bitterness, but more than that, they rejoiced. After hanging for a month, Wu Yu might have died, but the Wu family was saved. "Uncle Hey, what happened?" Wu Mai and the others ran over from afar. The big man looked at Wu Mai and snorted, "It's all your fault, you almost killed the entire Wu family." Wu Mai's face paled, the thing she was most worried about had happened. She asked, "Uncle Hey, what happened? Isn't he in the true energy boundary?" The big man was furious when he heard that. If he was in the true energy boundary, then what were they? Mortals or true energy boundary? The old man's face was still ashen. The big man coldly said, "Bullshit true element boundary. His strength is much stronger than the 2 of us. Not to mention us, even if your father came, he would be able to crush him with a single finger." "What?" Wu Mai's face changed, and fear appeared on her face. She said incoherently, Then what should we do? What else can we do? Let Wu Yu hang there. As for you, quickly follow me back to find your father." The big man said angrily. Wu Mai obediently followed the 2 back, leaving the other youngsters behind. Strange, if Bing's bodyguard is so powerful, why didn't he kill Wu Yu and slaughter the entire Wu family? Yes, such a beastly act should be punished by death. The other people's pale faces returned to normal, but their eyes were full of doubt. "Uncle Hey, is what you said true? Bing's bodyguard is really that powerful?" On the way back, Wu Mai said carefully, "Your Uncle Wang and I were almost scared to death just now. Do you think it's fake?" The big man stared at Wu Mai. Wu Mai hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Then why didn't he kill my brother and not pursue this matter?" Wu Mai's question startled the big man. "Yes, why?" The 2 of them were also very puzzled, then they looked at the old man. The old man sighed and said, "The opponent's strength is unfathomable, but he didn't appear before, only when the little girl was in trouble did he appear. I guess you guys planned this behind her back, and he already knew. Then why didn't he stop it earlier? I think it has something to do with that little girl. She's too innocent and doesn't know the dangers of the world. The other party probably brought her out to gain experience." The elder sighed and said, "Training is one thing, but what we should be praying for is that they are soft-hearted, because this kind of matter is enough to implicate the entire family. If they really want to exterminate the Wu family, There is nothing we can do. What about your younger brother? Wu Mai asked. Wu Yu, no one can save him. Maybe your father has a way. The group hurried back to the Wu family and called out Wu Zhen, who was in seclusion. When Wu Zhen heard what had happened, he flew into a rage. What? You bunch of disappointing things only know how to cause trouble. Do you think the people of the aristocratic families are so easy to bully? It's one thing for a child to not know the severity of the situation, but you guys. Not only did you not advise him, you even dared to help him. Wu Zhen reprimanded the three of them like dogs. The three of them didn't utter a single word. Is the other party really so strong that even you guys aren't his match? After reprimanding, Wu Zhen asked. When the big man heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, we didn't even dare to make a move, how could we be his match? Not to mention us, big brother, we can feel that if you go against him, you won't even be able to withstand a pinch of his finger. The corners of Wu Zhen's mouth twitched, but there was also a look of horror on his face. Obviously, they had really kicked an iron plate. Hurry up and give me the things you swindled. Come with me, Wu Zhen said angrily. What are we going to do? Wu Mai asked. Of course we're going to apologize and kowtow to apologize. Do you think we're going to propose marriage for you? Wu Zhen glared. The four of them quickly left the Wu family and went to Zi Chen's residence. In a short time, the entire Red Fruit town was spreading the news, and it was the most authentic version. Wu Yu had been hung for a long time, but the Wu family didn't send anyone to deal with him. Obviously, the other party had a great background. In the room, Binga's face was full of self-blame and guilt, but more than that, she was disappointed. This morning, she was in a hurry to go out and didn't even bring the little white fox. She didn't expect this to happen. Zi Chen stood in front of Binga and asked, are you still going out? Binga shook her head, her face full of grievance. Zi Chen patted Binga's head and said, you're still young and don't know anything. It's not wrong to treat people with sincerity, but you can't trust others easily. That Wu Mai didn't have good intentions when she contacted you. Do you remember the beauty rejuvenating pill? Its quality is extremely low, and a bottle is only worth a few low-grade primal stones. She sold you a bottle for 1,000 primal stones. She was lying to you. Also, the clothes you bought recently are for ordinary people. They don't have any effect, but they look luxurious. These things are only worth a few primal stones. They're even willing to buy them with gold and silver. Binga blankly looked at Zi Chen and said, isn't gold and silver more valuable than primal stones? Zi Chen smiled and said, gold and silver are only the currency used by ordinary people. Primal stones are the currency used in Tianwu continent. The primal stones you spent before, if exchanged for gold and silver, should be enough to exchange for a dozen mountains. Binga looked at Zi Chen in shock. It's my fault, I didn't tell you in advance. But today's matter is also a lesson. You have to remember it in your heart. Binga nodded and said, I know. I won't trust anyone in the future. Zi Chen smiled and said, it's not that I don't want you to trust me, but you have to have reservations. Don't trust others so easily. Don't you want friends? When we go back, I'll introduce you to some friends. Those are real friends. Zi Chen was aware of Binga's every move in the small town, including the conversations and schemes of Wu Mai and the others. Zi Chen didn't stop Binga, so that she could learn from her mistakes. In the past, he had also been betrayed. But at that time, there had been no one behind him. If it hadn't been for his heaven-defying luck, he would have long since died. Zi Chen was destined to not be able to accompany Binga forever. So when she was under his protection, it wasn't a bad thing to suffer a bit. Binga was still a child. With Zi Chen's persuasion and guidance, as well as changing the topic, she quickly became happy. However, Zi Chen could see that today's lesson had been deeply engraved in her heart. Senior, Wu Zhen has come to bring my daughter to apologize. Wu Zhen's voice rang out from outside. Zi Chen frowned slightly and indifferently said, you know how to conduct yourself. If it had been someone else, they would definitely have been infuriated. Or perhaps they would have directly gone to save their son. Of course, if it had been someone else, perhaps Wu Zhen would have done the same. Wu Zhen has come to bring my daughter to apologize. Senior, please open the door, said Wu Zhen when Zichen didn't reply. Zichen looked at Bing Er. The smile on Bing Er's face had disappeared. It was obvious that she was still angry. She directly walked to the door and opened it. Seeing Wu Mai kneeling on the ground with a guilty expression, she icily said, "You can leave. I don't want to see you again." Wu Mai's mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but Bing Er directly slammed the door in her face. The three people outside exchanged glances. They didn't know what to say. "You can leave." Zichen's voice rang out from within the room. "Senior, we've come to apologize. Here are these things." Wu Zhen took out the yuan stones that Bing Er had given him, as well as other things. There were a lot of them. They were over 80% of the Wu family's wealth. "There's no need. I've already given them to you. You can leave." Zichen's voice was much colder. "Senior, we're just a branch of the Wu family. Please show us some mercy," said Wu Zhen. "You have two choices. The first is for the Wu family to be exterminated and everyone to die. The second is for Wu Yu to stay outside the town for a month." Zichen's indifferent voice was filled with indifferent killing intent. The four of them couldn't help shivering. As expected, every expert was decisive when it came to killing. Wu Zhen could only leave unwillingly. He didn't even go outside the town to see his son, nor did he give him any help. He didn't dare. After returning to his residence, Wu Zhen's expression changed, and he sighed repeatedly. No one knew that this Wu of Wu Zhen's was the same Wu as the illustrious Wu of the eastern region. As for Wu Zhen himself, he was also an expert. However, he had committed a grave mistake and had been banished from the Wu family. In truth, he had no relationship with the Wu family at all. That was because the Wu family didn't even acknowledge his existence. However, he had another life-saving straw. Whatever. Since things have gotten to this point, I can only trouble him." Wu Zhen waved his hand and took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant emitted a blue light. There was a dragon and phoenix carving on it, and on the other side was the character Wu. Of course, the reason he had suffered such an unimaginable injury was to save one person. Back then, that person had given him a medallion and told him to come find him if he needed help. Over the years, Wu Zhen had never come to him for help. But today, for his son, he had no choice but to use this method. Peng! The jade pendant was crushed and a sense of urgency was released from it. In the distant Wu family, a young man sensed the aura and frowned. He looked in the direction of the aura. "This is the aura of the jade pendant I gave to Wu Zhen back then. I think he must be in trouble. Back then, in order to save me, he suffered an unimaginable injury, and his cultivation base regressed. Even his precious pill couldn't recover. This is what I owe him. Now that he's in trouble, I must do my best to help him." The young man's eyes were filled with determination. His status in the Wu family was very high, and he had come from the ancient road. On the ancient road, he had advanced to the Xiantian realm, so his strength was naturally terrifying. This time, he didn't even bring anyone with him. A few days later, the young man arrived at Red Fruit Town. Wu Zhen had been waiting outside the town. When he saw the young man arrive, his face flashed with excitement, and he quickly went to greet him. "Wu Zhen, what happened?" the young man immediately asked. Wu Zhen shook his head and sighed. "Ah, the family is unfortunate. Wu Yu, since you're here, I'll leave this matter to you. Let's go back first. I'll tell you the details." On the way back to the town, Wu Yu saw Wu Yu tied up outside the town. He frowned, wondering who was so cruel to tie him up. It was obvious that he had been beaten up before. In the living room, wine and dishes were served. Wu Zhen recounted Wu Yu's matter. He didn't exaggerate, but told the truth. "Wu Yu, I'll leave this matter to you," Wu Zhen said. Wu Yu frowned and said, "This matter is your family's Wu Yu's fault. It's commendable that the other party didn't kill you to vent his anger. But since I'm here, I'll settle this matter for you. If reason doesn't work, then use your fists." Wu Zhen's expression changed. "I'm afraid that won't work. The other party is very strong." Wu Yu smiled. "This time, I've advanced to the Xiantian realm. As long as the other party is still in the core essence realm, I think I can deal with him. Even if as Wu Yu spoke till here, he immediately paused. Wu Zhen's expression also changed. The two of them turned their heads, their eyes seemingly penetrating the wall and landing on the ground below. Chapter 973. An oppressive aura suddenly appeared in Red Fruit Town, enveloping the entire town. The mortals in the town suddenly felt suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. As for the cultivators, they felt a sense of danger, as if they could lose their lives at any moment. This aura completely enveloped Red Fruit Town. The clear skies of Red Fruit Town were covered by dark clouds in the next moment, and not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. The pitch-black Red Fruit Town was like the end of the world. Everyone was panicking. This is the aura of the mortal origin realm. Someone has broken through to the mortal origin realm, Wu Zhen exclaimed. He'd once been a core realm cultivator and had seen many things. Naturally, he recognized this aura. Moreover, he could feel that this aura belonged to an extraordinary mortal origin realm cultivator. What a powerful aura! Wu Yu's eyes flashed. He stood up and looked into the distance. Is the person you're talking about living in a courtyard 5 miles away? Wu Yu asked. Wu Zhen nodded. That's the place. Why? Is this aura coming from there? Wu Yu said, it's a very powerful aura. He's definitely not an ordinary origin realm cultivator. Come, let's go take a look. Is it appropriate to go now? Wu Zhen was shocked, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. It's fine. Let's go. The two of them flew toward Zichen's residence. Wu Yu wasn't being reckless when he didn't ascertain the other party's strength. It was because he sensed an extremely familiar aura from this aura. This aura belonged to a foreign race. His expression didn't change as he flew forward, but countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If the other party really was a foreign race, then this matter couldn't be left unresolved. Humans and foreign races were mortal enemies. It was so in the past, and it was even more so now. The two of them arrived outside Zichen's residence in a moment. They looked down. The aura that had enveloped Red Fruit Town had come from here. However, Wu Yu only sensed the aura of the true origin realm in the room. The oppressive aura lasted for a full 15 minutes. During this time, the people of Red Fruit Town lived in a world of terror. A quarter of an hour later, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sun shone again. Red Fruit Town was bright again, but the fear in everyone's heart didn't dissipate for a long time. I am the Wu family's Wu Yu. I've come to meet you. After the oppressive aura in the room disappeared, Wu Yu spoke. Wu Yu. An extremely familiar voice came from the room. Hearing this voice, Wu Yu's expression immediately changed. There was disbelief in his eyes because he was too familiar with this voice. He knew the owner of this voice too well. However, according to what Wu Yu knew, the owner of this voice should have died. At this moment, the door opened and Zichen walked out of the room. Zichen, it really is you. The disbelief in Wu Yu's eyes deepened. Wu Yu, it's you. Why are you here? Zichen was clearly surprised. Logically speaking, when Wu Yu entered the ancient road, he would be at the mortal essence realm the next time he came out. However, the current Wu Yu was clearly only at the core essence realm. When Wu Zhen heard that the two of them were familiar with each other, the worry in his heart dissipated. Kaka, Wu Yu. Suddenly, another voice came from the room. Then, a tall black figure walked out. From this tall black figure, there was an extremely unstable aura. This aura was vast and boundless, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Wu Zhen's relaxed mood tensed up again. Shock flashed through his heart. Obviously, there was not one person, but two. Moreover, one of them was at the mortal essence realm. Demon Ape, it's you. Wu Yu's eyes flashed. He had felt a foreign aura before, but he did not expect it to be the Demon Ape. Humans and foreign races were mortal enemies, but the Demon Ape was not one of them. Because the Demon Ape was Zichen's friend. Wu Yu descended from the sky and asked almost at the same time as Zichen. Why are you here? Why are you here? Then, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Binger suddenly ran out of the room and saw the two strangers. She knew one of them. It was Wu Zhen, Wu Mai's father, who had come to apologize a few days ago. She did not know the other one. Wu Yu saw Binga and said, "This must be Binga." Binga looked at Wu Yu, but did not speak. Zi Chen said, "Come, Binga. Greet your brother Wu Yu. He is my friend." "Brother Wu Yu." Wu Yu smiled, but did not mention anything about Wu Yu. He did not even introduce Wu Zhen to Zi Chen. Knowing that this person was Zi Chen, Wu Yu knew that the reason he did not attack the Wu family was purely out of kindness. As for Wu Zhen's previous guess, it was completely wrong. Zi Chen was not someone from a big power. He was just a rogue cultivator. Of course, this was only on the surface. But even so, Zi Chen and the demon ape were already more powerful than many big powers. If one really wanted to talk about background, then Zi Chen had the ancient family behind him. This was a big family that was comparable to the 5 elements families. His background was definitely strong enough. The 4 of them entered the room, and the 4 of them sat down. Wu Zhen stood behind Wu Yu. He was Red Fruit Town's strongest expert, but he was unable to get a seat in front of Zi Chen. "Why are you here? The rumors say that you're dead. They've already sent out news that they're searching for your corpse in the western region," said Wu Yu as soon as they sat down. "The western region? Why would they want to find me there?" asked Zi Chen. Binga poured tea for them. Wu Yu took a cup and said, "The news says that you should be in the western region." Zi Chen nodded. He was most likely referring to the Jin family's medallion. Zi Chen looked at Binga. "I almost died. It was her and her grandfather who saved me. However, her grandfather was killed by the Martial Heaven Alliance's people, so I brought her out." "The Martial Heaven Alliance? Did you provoke them?" Wu Yu frowned. Zi Chen smiled carelessly. "It can't count as provoking them. Those scum deserve to die. Furthermore, I even dared to provoke their own families, so there's no need to mention them." Wu Yu nodded and didn't say anything more. To tell the truth, Zi Chen had too many enemies. Other than the ancient races, practically every powerful family on the Martial Heaven continent was Zi Chen's enemy. Wu Zhen quietly listened to their conversation, his expression constantly changing. Inside, he was shocked by the content of their conversation. "Speaking of which, shouldn't you be in the ancient path? It seems that when you came out, you became a mortal Yuan expert. Could it be that you were also expelled midway?" asked Zi Chen. Wu Yu bitterly smiled. He glanced at Zi Chen and then at the devil ape. "There was a change in the ancient path. The outsiders invaded, and I was accidentally sucked into a spatial crack. I luckily didn't die, but when I saw the light of day again, I found myself in the outside world." "What? The outsiders invaded?" Wu Zhen let out a startled cry. Zi Chen exchanged a glance with the devil ape. "Didn't we destroy that thing? How could the outsiders still invade?" Wu Yu shook his head. "No one knows. However, the outsiders invaded the ancient path, and a large number of them charged in. The laws of the ancient path are no longer complete, and the ancient path has become even more dangerous." Wu Yu explained what had happened before and after the change in the ancient path. Zi Chen and the devil ape's expressions changed. It had to be known that when they had been surrounded, the 2 of them had been on the verge of death. However, the earth had suddenly trembled, and the laws of space had twisted, giving them a chance to survive. Zi Chen had originally thought that this chance had been given to them by the Earth Yuan experts of the ancient races. But now that he thought about it, it should have been caused by the outsiders. After that, Wu Yu explained a few things that had happened after the change in the ancient path. Then he told Zi Chen just how powerful the outsiders were. News of the outsiders' invasion has already spread to all the Martial Heaven continent's powerful families. Many of them are actively organizing people to enter the ancient path. However, it's different from the past. Now, those who enter are all elites, and they have all reached a certain realm. As the 2 of them chatted, they didn't mention Wu Yu's matter. It was as if Wu Yu had forgotten why he had come here. Hearing about the ancient path and the outsiders made Binga extremely curious. However, when she heard that the weakest person to enter the ancient path was at the origin core realm, she stuck out her tongue. Did you come here for Wu Yu? Asked Zi Chen after a moment. Wu Yu glanced at Binger. I heard about Wu Yu's matter. This matter was originally his fault. However, in order to save me, Wu Zhen was heavily injured, causing his cultivation base to drop. If it weren't for that, he might have reached the mortal realm. Zi Chen nodded. Since that's the case, then let's forget about this matter. After that, Zi Chen looked at Binger. Binger, what do you think? You have the final say, said Binger with a smile. In truth, Binger had been extremely happy these days. Although she had been schemed against by Wu Mai and Wu Yu, she was still extremely happy when she learned that Zi Chen had been paying attention to her. Hearing that, Wu Zhen's expression became extremely excited. He said, Many thanks for your magnanimity. Our residence has already prepared a meal. Would you like to have a meal with me? Originally, there had been an extremely high-grade restaurant in the town. It was one of the Wu family's businesses. However, it had been destroyed by Zi Chen, so they had to return to their residence to eat. Zi Chen waved his hand. There's no need for a meal. A moment later, Wu Yu and Wu Zhen left. Zi Chen needed to enter seclusion. Now that the devil ape had broken through, Zi Chen needed to break through as soon as possible as well. During this period of time, Wu Yu did not mention anything about the lightning god temple. Evidently, the other party did not know about it. He only regretfully informed them that the mortal energy fruit had appeared, but something had happened. No one knew if it had been obtained by someone else or if it had disappeared on its own. After the two left, Zi Chen went into seclusion to refine the mortal energy fruit. This time, he was wholeheartedly in seclusion. As for Binger, she was left in the care of the devil ape. After what had happened to Wu Yu, no one dared to have any ideas about Binger in Red Fruit Town. Furthermore, because of what had happened the last time, Binger had spent more time playing than cultivating. This time, Zi Chen had spent 3 months in seclusion. During these 3 months, he had been refining the mortal energy fruit day and night. His essence, energy, and soul had reached a perfect state. Chapter 974. Wu Zhen had already heard of Zi Chen's deeds from Wu Yu, and it really gave him a fright. Zi Chen had slaughtered the so-called invincible spiritual body and killed human origin realm cultivators as if they were chickens or dogs. Wu Zhen was glad that he had made the right decision. He hadn't gone to save his son out of anger and caused trouble for Zi Chen. If that had happened, his small Wu family would have disappeared from Red Fruit Town. Even if Wu Yu's Wu family learned of this, they wouldn't have stood up for him. Wu Yu had already been brought back. He had been beaten to a pulp by Zi Chen and then hung on the city walls for 7 days. Quite a few people had seen him when he had been rescued. He had been on the verge of death, but with the support of Wu Yu's medicinal pills, he had recovered in just a few days. Once he recovered, Wu Yu no longer dared to have any ideas about Bing. Under Wu Zhen's insistence, he and Wu Mai were forced to stay in the clan to cultivate. Other than that, the other 2 powers that were only weaker than the Wu family, as well as some other powers with some fame, restricted their disciples to not go looking for trouble. They didn't want to implicate their entire family. The Wu family had profited from their misfortune. They had managed to befriend that expert, but they didn't think that they would be able to bring about the same result again. Wu Yu hadn't left. He had been waiting here. During this time, he had gone to find Zi Chen several times, but he hadn't seen him. The devil ape had told him that Zi Chen was in seclusion. The devil ape had broken through to the human Yuan realm and was familiarizing itself with its new power. It had to be said that the devil ape's power had grown even more terrifying. Amongst the other races, the famous heaven-splitting battle ape would also grow stronger as its power increased. That was the reason why everyone trembled. Zi Chen was in seclusion. Adding on the devil ape's breakthrough, the conflict with the Martial Heaven Alliance, and the fact that he knew that the 4 spirit bodies had died recently, Wu Yu guessed that the mortal Yuan fruit had been snatched away by Zi Chen. This was because only Zi Chen had the strength to kill the invincible spirit body, and the invincible spirit body was a complete joke in front of Zi Chen. Just like 3 months ago, an oppressive aura appeared in Red Fruit Town once again. This aura appeared without warning and was very sudden. However, when the aura appeared, the power of laws surged. Many mortals felt as though they had been struck in the heart by a heavy hammer. Their vision turned black as they fainted. All the mortals in the town, whether they were outside or at home, immediately fainted when this aura appeared. As for those who were still dreaming, they didn't wake up at all. In addition, this aura also caused the expressions of many cultivators to change. Amidst a series of heavy shockwaves, most of the cultivators coughed up blood and fell to the ground. They were like demonic beasts that had seen their king, prostrating themselves on the ground. This aura caused everyone to be overwhelmed with shock and fear. Unlike 3 months ago, the entire Red Fruit town was no longer covered by dark clouds. Instead, it was illuminated by golden light. Within the golden light, there was a king's aura, a strange fluctuation, a strange power, and the power of laws surging. This is the aura of the mortal origin realm. Zichen has broken through. Feeling this oppressive aura, everyone in the Wu family mansion changed their expressions. Wu Zhen even cried out, "It's him. He has broken through. In this world, I'm afraid that only he who has broken through to the mortal origin realm can have such a terrifying aura. He can actually directly trigger the power of laws," Wu Yu exclaimed. Zichen had broken through in just 3 months. He was completely sure that the mortal origin fruit that had appeared that day had been obtained by him. As for the few spirit bodies that had died without any clues, they were naturally killed by Zichen. In his residence, Zichen's body was emitting a golden light. This golden light was the perfect power in his body. It penetrated the house and went straight into the sky before enveloping the entire Red Fruit town. Zichen's perfect essence, vitality, and spirit rapidly transformed at this moment. This was a qualitative transformation. He became stronger and more flawless. Although the original 3 powers were perfect, they weren't flawless. It was just like the 3 circles. Although they were perfect circles, they were 3 separate and not connected together. Now that he had broken through to the human origin stage, the 3 circles were intertwined with each other, forming a perfect circle. Zichen had achieved a true perfect body, a flawless perfect body. As soon as he broke through, he naturally felt a divine power that belonged to the perfect body. This was the power that the spirit body had displayed back then. It could mobilize the heaven and earth spiritual energy and naturally recover one's physical strength. This was unique to the spirit body back then. Now, Zichen's perfect body also had this divine power. In addition, Zichen's strength had naturally increased by many times after breaking through. Jiyu Shioda had once said that once he gathered all 3 pages of the human-level heavenly book and cultivated perfect power to break through to the mortal origin realm, he would become the strongest person in the mortal origin realm. Once he completely familiarized himself with perfect power and grasped the technique perfectly, Zichen would be the undisputed #1 person in the mortal origin realm. He would be the strongest human cultivator. Of course, this was only among human cultivators. Those who had surpassed the human realm and reached the earth realm were excluded. After the 3 powers had completely transformed, more than half a day had passed. During this time, the entire Red Fruit town was in a state of paralysis. The oppressive golden light in the sky slowly sprinkled down, landing on all the mortals and cultivators who had fainted. After the golden light entered their bodies, the brows of the mortals, which were originally tightly furrowed, relaxed. This golden light was a type of perfect power. Although it had become very faint after dispersing, it was still an extraordinary perfect power. Be it mortals or cultivators, they all benefited from the golden light's envelopment. This was especially so for the mortal children. Many of them didn't have the cultivation aptitude. Under the golden light, their aptitude slowly changed. Those who had some aptitude to begin with had higher aptitude, while those who didn't had the cultivation aptitude. After gathering all 3 pages of the heavenly book and Zichen's breakthrough, all the living creatures in Red Fruit Town benefited. The golden light completely merged with every corner, illuminating every inch of the area. Apart from humans, there were also some ordinary beasts like livestock, wild cats, rats, and so on. Even some plants benefited as a result. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. This was completely referring to Zichen's current situation. When all the cultivators who were still conscious sensed the special energy contained in the golden light, the horror on their faces was slowly replaced by pleasant surprise. This was because they could sense that their strength and aptitude were changing. In addition to the magical golden light, there was also a strange fluctuation in the whole Red Fruit town. This fluctuation had a certain rhythm, just like the golden light. If there was an earthly origin realm cultivator in Red Fruit town at this moment, his expression would be very interesting. This was because this was the purest fluctuation sound of the laws. This kind of pure fluctuation could allow them to understand the laws more clearly. It's too scary, too scary. He's just breaking through to the human origin realm, but the dispersing energy has benefited the whole Red Fruit town. Who is this Zi Chen? Is he a saint? In the Wu mansion, the exclamations never stopped. Wu Yu was also stunned by the scene in front of him. This was because the golden light had also benefited him a little. Moreover, for the first time, he felt that there was a flaw in the innate original power. After half a day, the golden light in the sky disappeared. Zi Chen's perfect power was concealed. Outside, the monster ape could see Zi Chen. However, when Zi Chen withdrew his power, it felt as if Zi Chen had disappeared into thin air. If it weren't for the fact that Zi Chen was still in front of it, it would have thought that Zi Chen had left. This situation was similar to the heavenly book world, but the difference was that both the monster ape and Zi Chen's battle strength had reached an unimaginable level. When the golden light dissipated, the eyes of the cultivators in Red Fruit Town were full of regret. It's only been half a day. Hold on a little longer. It would have been better if it had been a day or two, said the two flying cultivators beside Wu Zhen. Be content. Half a day is not a short time. Go and inform everyone that tomorrow, the Wu family will open an aptitude examination platform and recruit mortals to become cultivators, said Wu Zhen. Half a day's worth of golden light had benefited the whole Red Fruit town. He could foresee that many years later, all the people today would become cultivators, and some would become even stronger. At that time, Red Fruit Town would be called Red Fruit City. When Red Fruit Town changed, whether one could seize this opportunity to improve one's strength depended entirely on one's foundation. Wu Yu nodded. Indeed. There should be many people with outstanding aptitudes here. After that, he and Wu Zhen flew towards Zi Chen's place. After the two of them rose into the air, they saw people flying in from other directions. They were the strongest cultivators of other forces, and they were all heading straight for Zi Chen's residence. Clearly, they were going to congratulate him. Zi Chen had just broken through and was beginning to sense the perfect power after the transformation when the others arrived at the door. Since they were here to congratulate him, Zi Chen naturally wouldn't chase them away, so he motioned for them to come in. What followed was naturally a series of congratulations. Of course, other than the congratulations, there were also some words of solicitation. Even though they knew that it was impossible to recruit him, they didn't want to miss this opportunity. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Thank you all for coming, but after I break through, I will be leaving." So, Zi Chen appreciates everyone's kindness. When the others heard this, they were clearly disappointed. However, whether they were disappointed or not was another matter. "You're leaving?" Wu Yu asked. Zi Chen nodded and said, "Yes, my strength has broken through, so it's time for me to leave." After congratulating him, seeing that Zi Chen didn't have any intention of asking them to stay for dinner, they sat for a while and then left one after another. "You have to be careful. I've received news that some forces seem to have inquired about your residence and are heading there to find you." Wu Yu, who was the last to leave, transmitted a message. "I haven't gone to find them yet, but they've come to find me." Very good, very good. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "I don't know what happened to those big forces, but their strongest cultivators are often mobilized. It is said that the earthly origin stage cultivators, who haven't appeared in the world for a long time, have appeared frequently recently. You'd better be careful." Wu Yu reminded.